Yeah, you tuned into the right place. Welcome to the rain. Golden Queuing. H 2.0. Yeah.
You're looking for a diamond, found a treasure in the rough. Tired of all the noise, cause you finally had enough. I'm here to build a movement on a mission for the nation. Dropping gems of knowledge, killing all the hesitation. We fighting for the truth, we fighting for what's right. Building unity and shining up a brand new light. It's a variety channel, but the vision's crystal clear. Pushing us all forward, conquering the doubt and fear.
Welcome to the Queendom, H 2.0 on your screen, where the content's real and smart and funny in between. This is more than just a stream, it's a platform for the change. Time to elevate the game and rearrange. If you're ready for a vibe that you can feel and trust, joining in the movement is a definite must.
This ain't just another channel talking smack behind the screen. It's a spotlight for the creators, building up a better scene. Spreading radical love, that's the message and the code. Helping everybody carry up a heavy load. From social justice issues to the laughter that we need. Planting seeds of progress, watch them grow from just a seed. This is authentic, this is raw, this is everything you saw. Welcome to the battle that is truly being fought.
Ooh, so come with your respect and see the real effect. Cause I protect my own right here on the throne. Don't make me me. Unleash the dragon.
Subscribe, ring that notification bell. Yeah, you don't wanna miss a thing. Welcome to the family. Yeah.
Yeah. Golden Queen. Imani. Let's talk facts. They don't want this part. They don't read the room, they just play the role. Nah, I read between lines, I expose the code. Facts. Headlines spin, but the truth stay bold. Golden voice cut through, yeah, I take control. They don't read the room, they just chase the show. Go. I break it down clean, let the people know. No fear in my tone, let the pressure blow. If it's truth on the line, I'ma let it go. King step in, White House, champagne glass. History joke, but the tension still pass. Talking rule of law while the system get bent. The smiles at the table, but the message got weight. Facts. Congress clap, but I'm watching the frame. Every word calculated, every move is a game. They say special relationship, I hear strategy shift. Power don't joke, it just speaking the script. Talk. Indicted twice. Yeah, the headlines loud. The case look thin when you break it down. Statue clock tick. Yeah, the time ran fast. Now they try revive what was buried in the past. They gon' mind split. Yeah, they side eye quick. Is it justice or remove just to tighten the grip? When the law turn political, we all gotta see it ain't left, it ain't right. It's accountability. Facts. They don't read the room. They just play the role. I read between lines. I expose the code. Facts. Headlines spin, but the truth stay bold. Golden voice cut through, yeah, I take control. Water is life, now they drawing them lines. Wait, county versus county, who control the supply? Land get taken, yeah, they call it the plan, but they hit black towns, now they raising their hand. No, they just in us thirsty, but who pay the cost? Communities fighting like they already lost, but the people stood up, said not this time. Bill got stalled, yeah, that pressure applied. Boom, say that, stand up. Melania quiet, but the tone got firm. Now they talk civility when the tables turn. Candace switch lanes, now the circle get tight. When you question the script, they don't like that light. No, Charlamagne speak, now they label it threat. What? Trying to blur the line between speech and unrest. But I call it what it is, just voices colliding. Truth don't shake, it just keep on rising. with the truth, I don't gotta shout. Nah. Slide through the beat, let the facts walk out. Low tone, high impact, yeah, I move precise. Every word got weight, every bar cut nice. Watch it, they don't read the room, they just play the role. I read between lines, I expose the code. Facts. Golden queen voice, yeah, I set the tone. If it's truth on the line, I'ma take the throne. Facts over noise, truth over politics, community over everything. Yeah, we see it all.
Hey y'all, what's up? It's your girl Golden, and we are back with another live, y'all. And as usual, we have to dig into some political updates and matters. And we got a few things that's going on that we'll be talking about today. But we have a very exciting live setup because I have a special guest with me that's going to be co-hosting with me on this one, y'all. So I ain't going to be over here by myself today. I'm going to be talking with somebody. And I'm going to let y'all know exactly who that is in just a minute, okay? But I just wanted to say hello to everyone. I hope you all are having an excellent day. It's Wednesday, about 1:23 p.m. Eastern time here in the Carolinas in the United States. And the weather is a bit dreary outside. I think it's going to rain today again, y'all. But that's okay. We are still in good spirits. But y'all, we got to get into these political updates. So let me go ahead and tell y'all what we have planned for today. We have to give a very, very special welcome to Imani, who will be co-hosting with me today on this political update live. We are thrilled to have her insight. And as we navigate through these massive news cycles, you will hear all of her intellect and all of her input that she has to bring to the platform, because she is very intelligent. We have some really great conversations around politics all the time. And so we'll be hearing a little bit of that from her today, okay? But let me tell y'all what we're going to be talking about as far as the topics. We will be examining the diplomatic nuances of King Charles III's state visit and his recent address to Congress. We also dive into the legal complexities surrounding the Department of Justice second indictment of former FBI Director James Comey, and why legal analysts like Joyce Vance are questioning its viability. But we also will be getting into, and this is right here in my hometown, y'all, we'll have to discuss the controversial North Carolina bill regarding county water rights and civil rights concerns that are being raised by local leaders. We also will be catching up on the latest headlines involving Melania Trump and her public responses, and the shifting of political alignment, it seems, with Candace Owens, the White House's recent statements concerning Charlamagne Tha God and the political rhetoric, and a lot more. So without further ado, before we get into each topic, y'all, let me go ahead and welcome and introduce Imani to the stage. So she will be here chit-chatting with me today, y'all, about these politics, child, because we be nailing them to the roof. So what is up, Imani? How are you doing today, bro? Thank you so much for joining me on this live.
Um, I'm doing great. Hi, Golden. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm doing great. It's a sunny day today in London, so everything's good.
That's
Um, yeah, it's really, really yeah, it's really sunny out here and warm. And I've been watching the King, and he gives a few speeches, and that's been interesting. Apart from that, I've had a really, really quiet, lazy day.
those are the best. Those are the best. I'm telling you, a nice, quiet, lazy day, child. I aspire to have one. Maybe I'll get one someday soon.
I think you'll get one in about 20 years when JJ's about 23.
Exactly, right? Like once he's a grown man and he's out there knowing what he's going to do, play sports, having a girlfriend, living his best life, child, then I'll have a quiet, lazy day. But until then, there ain't no peace around these parts.
Yeah, sorry.
It is what it is, child. When you got a Tyler, it is what it is. But anyway, that's nice to hear. I'm glad y'all having good weather and stuff over there. That it's warm and sunny. I love warm and sunny days. What time is it there for y'all about right now?
It's 6:30, 6:30 in the evening.
Okay, so it's about evening time there for y'all. Okay, so I
Yeah,
want to go ahead
6:30.
and also say hi to Polo. I seen Polo came in. What's up, Polo? And my baby Carlos is up in here. Hey, Carlos. And y'all know Mama is always in the background. She be listening while holding down JG, so we can have a little bit of silence on the live show. But let's go ahead and go over some of these topics, Imani. So we're going to be getting into a few things, right? And like you said, it's very interesting, what's going on with King Charles. So as far as King Charles III, his U.S. visit and remarks. So King Charles III arrived in Washington for a state visit marking 250 years of American independence. During a White House dinner, the king engaged in a light-hearted yet historically rooted exchange with President Trump. So, referencing Trump's previous comments about European dependence on the United States, Charles joked that without the British, Americans would be speaking French. He also addressed a joint session of Congress where he spoke on the importance of the rule of law and the separation of powers. Sentiments, Lawrence O'Donnell, and you know we like him, child. That's our dude. Lawrence is our dude over at MS Now. Noted as a sane perspective on a democratic governance. And so one of the first videos that I am going to play is coming from none other than Lawrence O'Donnell over on MS Now. And he really has a great breakdown of how he feels and what he had to say as far as, Prince Charles' speech. So y'all want to go ahead and get into that video and listen to a little bit of it, and then we can chit chat about it some. All right, give me just a second. I'm about to get this video up, and then let me put this on the screen here, y'all. So we're going to listen to Lawrence's breakdown and a lot of great commentary that he had about Prince Charles' speech. And as well as it was funny, it was actually spot on. So let's go ahead and get into that real quick. We'll listen to some, and then we'll be in and out with some commentary. And y'all drop y'all thoughts and feelings in the chat as well. And we will be right back.
History. A number became illegal. Or maybe just photographing that number became illegal, or maybe seashells became illegal. It's hard to tell because the single most childish indictment in the history of federal law was revealed today by someone who proved himself to future historians to be the most incompetent head of the Justice Department in history, including two Nixon Republican attorneys general who were found guilty of crimes. Donald Trump's acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who was Donald.
And I just want to let y'all know when it comes to Lawrence, he does cover several topics. And so some of the topics that you will also hear him talking about are other topics that we are discussing on the live as well. But within this video, he does mention about the King Charles. So I don't want y'all to think it's like, oh, this is not the right video. This is the one. It's just he's talking about a few things, a few topics, just the same way we do. So he's going to get into that in just a moment, y'all. But listen very closely to everything because we'll be breaking down just about everything he's speaking on as well in this live. So let's get back into it.
Trump's criminal defense lawyer, who got him 34 guilty verdicts, put his application to become Donald Trump's permanent attorney general in writing today in the form of an indictment of former FBI Director James Comey that makes the number you see over my shoulder at the moment, which I dare not say, a crime. If that number is placed in proximity to other numbers, or probably, in fact, definitely the word Trump. And I am.
All right, so let's go ahead and add some context in for y'all. So now, like I said, we have multiple topics we're going to be talking about. Now, right here at this part, what Lawrence is speaking on is now the second indictment of James Comey. And the reason, as you can see, is very obvious. Okay, so the DOJ has issued a second indictment against former FBI Director James Comey, reportedly related to his 2020 Senate testimony. But there are new things that they are also trying to come after him for. Legal analyst Joyce Vance argues the case is legally thin as much as underlying conduct falls outside the 5-year statute of limitations. The indictment alleges Comey made misleading statements regarding the authorization of anonymous sources to the media. Y'all remember that, right? Okay. So now they're coming after Comey because of something else. And so let's go ahead and get into that. And y'all let me know if y'all think that this is just crazy, right? Because apparently they are saying now there's supposed to be some type of issue because he had captured a photo on a beach with some seashells that had a specific number, as you can see here in the video, where it says basically, hold on one second, let me go back because Lawrence shows it. Basically saying that he's threatening President Donald Trump or making jokes of threats towards President Donald Trump. And you know how they are. They're very, very corny, honestly. Like Trump will say and do anything. But listen in on this, y'all, and y'all let me know what y'all think about this because I think it is entirely ridiculous. But yeah, he's after Comey again. So let's get back into it.
Become Donald Trump's permanent attorney general in writing today in the form of an indictment of former FBI Director James Comey that makes the number you see over my shoulder at the moment, which I dare not say, a crime. If that number is placed in proximity to other numbers, or probably, in fact, definitely the word Trump. And I am going to say the word Trump tonight, repeatedly. And to preserve one of the most important personal distinctions I have that makes me very different from Donald Trump. I'm not saying better, just different. The distinction that I have never been indicted. To preserve my never indicted status, I will never say that illegal number again, even though it was briefly my number as a tight end in high school before it was switched to number 81. NFL team lawyers must already be getting ready to take a position on the sidelines to make sure that anyone in the NFL with that number on his back is never beside anyone with this number on his back. Because if two NFL players stand beside each other with those two numbers on their backs, they can now be charged with committing the federal crime of threatening the life of the President of the United States. And if any college player or NFL player with that number that begins with 8 ever tackles or in any way harms a player with that number that begins with 4, that player is going to end up with the James Comey indictment, the 2-count indictment, one of threatening the life of a president, and 2, the second one, transmitting that threat through interstate electronic communication, which is to say, a televised football game. Put those 2 numbers together in a televised football game, and you have that federal crime. That is life in the country that Donald Trump and his criminal defense lawyer turned acting attorney general now want you to live in. And into that country today stepped the King of England, who played an unprecedented part in another desperately humiliating day for Donald Trump's Washington. And for once, the king himself was not the humiliated one. No one humiliates Trump lawyers more than Donald Trump. And he could not have done more to humiliate the already humiliated Todd Blanche than he did today by getting the goofiest indictment America has ever seen out of Todd Blanche after literally years of Donald Trump urging the indictment of James Comey. And Donald Trump's humiliation today was delivered to him by his guest of honor, the King of England, who for the first time in my life made me feel something akin to gratitude to a British monarch and outright awe for his speechwriters. The speechwriters had the task of telling the truth in a chamber where half of the members applaud and cheer Donald Trump's pathological lies. And today, the King of England and his speechwriters had those same Republicans applauding sharp criticism and complete disagreement with Donald Trump.
Your gut is like a garden, growing both good bacteria and bad. That's
in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace.
Standing ovation from J.D. Vance, who has said, I don't care about Ukraine. Standing ovation from those Republicans. And now we know you can get the Republicans in that room to applaud what reads like a Biden State of the Union address. You can get the Republicans in that room to applaud a speech that completely contradicts Donald Trump if the speech is delivered in a posh British accent. This was the day that I hope at least some high school kids were watching. American high school kids who have grown up in the dark shadow of Donald Trump. High school kids who in most of their lifetimes now have been living under a Donald Trump presidency filled with uncouth public profanity and rank stupidity and an inability to simply read the words put in front of him by his speechwriters and skip the idiotic ad libs.
My mother had a crush on Charles. Can you believe it? Amazing how, I wonder what she's thinking right now.
If you are a high school kid in America, I now have two King's speeches to recommend to you. First, the wonderful film about the King, who was a genuine inspiration to the British during World War II, titled The King's Speech, and today's speech by Charles, where he faithfully delivered every word his speechwriters gave him with no wise guy side comments, no threats of war crimes, no statement he could not support with facts. And most of all, with the kind of dignity that every previous American president either had or was able to do a reasonable imitation of in that room where Charles spoke today. You will not see an honest speech delivered from that podium again during this presidency. With Donald Trump threatening to destroy NATO, Charles said this.
From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries.
Donald Trump recently said, and these are his exact words, NATO is shameful. His vice president has said, I don't really care about what happens in Ukraine. And the Republican Party in that chamber today rose to their feet to applaud NATO and applaud support for Ukraine. And Charles was merely echoing his mother, the only other British monarch ever to address a joint session of Congress, which she did in May of 1991.
NATO, too, is adapting to the new realities in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, and to changing attitudes in the West. It is Britain's prime concern to ensure that the new Europe is open and liberal, and that it works in growing harmony with the United States and the other members of the Atlantic community. All our history in this and earlier centuries underlines the basic point that the best progress is made when Europeans and Americans act in concert. We must not allow ourselves to be enticed into a form of continental insularity.
Donald Trump wouldn't understand the word insularity, but that is Queen Elizabeth speaking against Donald Trump's insularity in his America First concept and his America Alone madness, as her son did today.
I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking.
You know your carpets are crawling with millions of dust mites.
Ew.
Charles smiled through an appearance with Donald Trump at the White House before heading to the Capitol today.
Then you're going over to Congress and you're going to make a speech that's going to make everybody very envious of that beautiful accent of yours. Very elegant. He's a very elegant man.
That's all Donald Trump can hear. The accent. Donald Trump's.
All right, y'all. So we're going to just give a little bit of commentary here and split things up. So from what y'all have seen so far, whether this is your first time seeing it or you've watched some of this coverage already, we can see that, there is a lot that is happening within, the political structure, right? And we are seeing that so many people are standing up and showing that they do have integrity, and that at the core of all of this, what we need is unity and peace. And so the representation in the speech that King Charles gave just recently in Washington is being held as more than just a diplomatic formality. It's a powerful symbolic bridge at a time when global stability feels increasingly fragile. By choosing to speak out on unity and the interlinked destinies of our nations, Charles is continuing a legacy of soft power that his mother, his own mother, Queen Elizabeth II, mastered over her 70 years of reign. But what we need to point out here is this is not the only country that has been speaking up and standing up in all of this chaos that we are having within our political sector here in the United States. Okay. Queen Elizabeth II famously viewed herself as a lieutenant for international relations. She spoke often of the special relationship, notably during her 1991 address to Congress as well, very similar to her son just recently. The last time a British monarch did so before Charles. Now, her message was it is always rooted in shared values, freedom, democracy, and the idea that our common heritage is a force for good. She believed that friendship between nations shouldn't just exist during war, but must be nurtured through peace and love, as she noted in her 1986 Christmas broadcast. Now, the King's modern adaptation, as you heard, and there is the full speech, but I can't play all of that, y'all, because it's too long. But Charles echoed the same exact sentiments, but he updated them for a world that is facing a new madness because of President Trump. The indispensable alliance. Charles described the US UK bond as an indispensable partnership that cannot rest on past achievements. And there was a call for compassion. He explicitly stated that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion and promote peace. Unity over inwardness. He urged both the United States and Europe to resist the urge to become inward looking or isolationist. So, why unity with Europe matters in 2026? The importance of this unity cannot be overstated, especially given the current political climate. With conflict persisting in Ukraine and tensions in the Middle East, Charles used his platform to remind the world that unity is our best defense. He noted that the challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. And about this special relationship as a stabilizer. In a time of intense domestic division within the United States, as seen in, other topics that we'll be talking about a little bit later on in the live, such as the Comey indictment and what's happening with the NC waters, the King's visit acts as a calming agent. It reminds the American public and the world that there are foundational institutions and alliances that transcend the turmoil for the moment. So, Imani, if you would like to speak, I'd like to bring you up so you can have a few, moments to just share with us how you feel. I know you follow this stuff very closely, like I do. And you also live in the UK. And Dropping the T, what's up, Dropping the T? You also live in the UK as well. So I'm very much, wanting to know, what do you guys feel about all of this? Give me some of your thoughts and opinions.
Golden, I concur with everything you've said. The key thing about Charles, to use a phrase that the kids use, I think he sunned Donald Trump, but he sunned him politely. And everybody doesn't realize people mistake the awfully, ever so awfully accent without the tone does not belie the words. So he's doing diplomatic signaling through his language because he references NATO, Ukraine, and later on you'll hear him reference international trade order. And they're not casual mentions. They're aligned with Western alliance priorities. So instead of directly criticizing him, he uses history, he uses his tone and symbolism, and to signal his concerns about instability, the importance of the alliances, and the continuity of international systems that have been in place for a long time. So you're right. He's actually saying a lot without being braggadocious and loud. And all that Trump had to say initially at that meeting was that his mother had a crush on Charles. I mean, really? He
Exactly.
didn't have a lot to say. And it was pitiful. His performance was pitiful. The other thing that I noticed is that you had people in Congress clapping for things that they had never supported, like Ukraine, like climate change, because Charles is big on climate change. So I found it very interesting that the accent changes the reception that was received from, say, Zelensky, when Zelensky came there. uh, it was an interesting encounter, and people see more when they see the dinner speech at the White House. But yes, I do agree with everything you're saying.
Yeah. And this is what we need more than ever, right? When we're in predicaments and things of this nature, we need people to get up and remind people that this is about unity. This is not about our differences, no matter how far apart we are and the separations of the globe that, have been created for us that we have to deal with. At the core of it all, we all are people that have the same needs. We have the same, desires in life, and all of this is really just is hateful. It's hateful what is happening, and I'm so glad that people are getting up and speaking on unity and peace and love, because that's what it's about. Because King Charles isn't just visiting the White House just to have a visit and, a party. He's reinforcing 250-year-old safety nets. Okay. When he speaks of unity and love, he isn't being just sentimental. He's being strategic, because these are the things that need to be heard, not about your father had a crush on his mother. Like, how immature is that? He was there reminding us that while presidents and prime ministers, they do change, the shared heartbeat of the West, rooted in the liberty of his mother so fiercely, was defended. And we have to keep that steady, and we have to keep that in alignment. And we have to remember that there is a unity here. There always has been, and we can get that back. Just because one person is trying to destroy that and dismantle that in current day time, it doesn't mean that other people are okay with that. And they're not. And so they're speaking up against it and about it. And like you said, he did it in such an elegant way. He didn't have to get up there and whoop and holler and scream. He didn't get up there and drag or roast or talk trash, about Trump. He's just getting straight to the importance of what is going on and where we need to be mentally as a people, where we need to remind ourselves we need to be as a people. And that is on the side of unity, right? And love and connectivity. So let's keep going with Lawrence. He's going to show a little bit more, and he has a few more thoughts and stuff about this. And then I do have another video as well where we have, we'll be listening into, excuse me, y'all, Ben Basilis, one of my favorites. He'll be also giving his take on this as well. So we'll get into that in just a moment, y'all. Bear with me while I try to move around all of these different functions here on the daggone StreamYard, because I got to bounce around a little bit, y'all. But let's go ahead and get back into the video, and then we will give some of our additional thoughts in just a moment.
listening comprehension is probably close to zero. So in a speech done with that accent, in a non-lecturing tone, Donald Trump doesn't know when he is being rebuked.
The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
Standing ovation for checks and balances, cheering for checks and balances. There you have congressional Republicans joined by Democrats cheering checks and balances on Donald Trump, written into our Constitution, thanks to the inspiration of the British, while Donald Trump, in every day of his presidency, finds a way to try to violate those checks and balances, to try to destroy those checks and balances. And here's Charles rebuking Donald Trump's patently insane claim that climate science is a hoax.
Even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security.
Jack Royston, Newsweek's chief royal correspondent, who contributed to our coverage of that speech earlier today, and who hangs on every word and studies those words more closely than the rest of us, with a full understanding of the King's speechwriter's surgical precision, found what he believes is a reference to the Epstein survivors in the King's speech, a reference that was confirmed to him from a source close to the King's speechwriters. Charles has shunned his younger brother Andrew and removed his titles this year after the release of the Epstein files deepened our understanding of Andrew's friendship with the sex trafficker and raper of children Jeffrey Epstein, who was Donald Trump's closest friend for 10 years. Virginia Giuffre accused Andrew of sexual assault, which Andrew has denied. Virginia Giuffre took her own life last year. And her brother was one of the people who was hoping to meet with Charles, along with Epstein survivors, during this royal visit to the United States. Like Donald Trump, Charles refuses to meet with Jeffrey Epstein's survivors. But according to Jack Royston's reporting in Newsweek today, this line you're about to hear was meant as an acknowledgement of what the Epstein survivors have endured.
In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today.
In his reporting today, Jack Royston quotes a royal aide saying that that line was about the Epstein survivors. Quote, "It was certainly in His Majesty's mind to acknowledge victims of abuse, so they are naturally incorporated in this line." It's not much. In fact, it is very, very little. It couldn't be smaller. It's the smallest and most indirect acknowledgement of the Epstein survivors' suffering that the speechwriters could have come up with. But it's something. It is more than Donald Trump has ever said about them. Charles's fifth great-grandfather was the King of England during the American Revolution. King George lost his mind during his rule. He was literally insane, which was dramatized in the wonderful 1991 play by the British playwright Alan Bennett titled The Madness of George III. And here we are, 250 years after the madness of King George III helped drive the American colonies into revolution against the crown. And when Charles became the first British king to address the Congress today, he found the madness on this side of the Atlantic.
All right, y'all. So that was Lawrence, and I love Lawrence over on MS Now. So he had a great breakdown of all of that, and we got to hear some bits and pieces of what King Charles' speech was. Like I said, there is the whole speech, and I did want to play that, but it's long, so I can't play all of it for you guys. But we do have another coverage that I'm going to play for y'all as well from another of my favorites, which is Ben Masilas over on the Midas Touch Network. And he also is going to be talking about, King Charles and how basically he slams Trump to his face at the White House dinner. And Ben don't play, child. Ben is funny, and he really does not have a care for Donald Trump. And so the way he presents his content and he talks about Trump and the things that is going on with him is really hilarious to me a lot of the time, but he keeps it real and he keeps it honest. But before we get into that, Imani, did you have any additional statements that you wanted to make as far as this? And we're going to go ahead and laugh together once we get into Ben's coverage, because Ben holds back no weight whatsoever when it comes to going after Trump. What do you think about that? Are you still there, Imani? Can you hear me? Okay, so I think she might be getting her mic and her audio and stuff together. So let's go ahead and get into the next video while she gets that situated, and then we'll have some more commentary on that. And y'all let me know in the chat, what are y'all thinking about this as well? You know what I mean? And again, I don't know, Dropping the Tea is still here, but I know she's also from the UK, and there may be others out there from the UK as well. What do y'all feel about all of this, and what King Charles has now spoke up and said about how all of this is going down? I think it's the right thing to do. I love it. I love every moment of it. And there are other representatives from other countries as well that have equally been speaking up and just keeping it all the way 100 when it comes to what's going on right now in our political and government sector under Donald Trump. So let's get into Ben real quick. Child, he got a few things to say to cover this. So let's listen to that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You back. Okay. Yeah. So before we get into Ben, you have any more things?
Sorry, do you
want to
guys
add?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Hold on. Let me see. I think it's some sound issues. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Okay, she's going to reset it. Okay, y'all. Let's go ahead and listen to Ben a little bit while she's resetting. We'll be right back.
King Charles did it again after torching Donald Trump before a joint session of Congress earlier in the day. King Charles roasted Donald Trump during a state dinner at the White House. King Charles called Donald Trump out for disturbing and destroying the international order as it relates to trade. King Charles called out Donald Trump for his attacks on NATO. And then King Charles proceeded to mock Donald Trump's ballroom, but he did it in a King Charles way that tried to inject humor into it, make the entire audience laugh. And I don't think Donald Trump fully realized that everybody was laughing at him, although he seems deeply jealous of the king in a way that he wishes that he were King Charles. And I think King Charles realizes that. So let me show you what went down. Here is what King Charles had to say during this state dinner at the White House on Ukraine and NATO. Here, play this clip.
At a most critical time in the darkest days of the 20th century, American leadership helped rebuild a shattered continent, playing a decisive role as a defender of freedom in Europe. We and I shall never forget that, not least as freedom is again under attack following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Today, our partnerships in NATO and AUKUS deepen our technological and military cooperation and ensure that together we can meet the challenges of an increasingly complex and contested world.
Then King Charles talked about the challenges the world faces, where there are interruptions to the international order as it relates to trade. Here, play this clip.
Across the ocean and from coast to coast, we have traded, innovated, and created together. We've stood together through the best and worst of times. However, the challenges we now face, from those who wish us harm across the world to balancing the risks and opportunities of powerful new technologies, to the threats to the very international rules that have allowed us to trade and have kept power in balance for 80 years, those challenges encourage us to reaffirm tonight the basis on which our partnership has been built.
And then King Charles talked about the destruction of the East Wing, and he kind of compares it to what the British did in 1814. And he was like, I'm sorry to say that we, the British, did something similar. Our own real estate redevelopment of the White House in 1814. He's comparing Donald Trump to them in 1814. Do y'all get it? Here, play this clip.
And if I may say so, it is a particular pleasure to be back in this wonderful building, the heart of your democracy. On this occasion, I cannot help noticing the readjustments to the East Wing, Mr. President, following your visit to Windsor Castle last year. And I'm sorry to say that we British, of course, made our own small attempt at real estate redevelopment of the White House in 1814.
More jokes, more roasting of Donald Trump from King Charles this evening. And he said, hey, Donald, I know you're saying that we would all speak German if it wasn't for you. Guess what? You'd all be speaking French if it wasn't for us in the UK. Remember how long our relationship goes. Here, play this clip.
This said, our French friends can feel equally at home with a glance at a map. Indeed, you recently commented, Mr. President, that if it were not for the United States, European countries would be speaking German. Dare I say that if it wasn't for us, you'd be speaking French.
Hey, quick question. Do you ever take Uber or
You can see how awkward and weird Donald Trump is right here. King Charles is presenting Donald Trump with this original bell from a submarine. And then Donald Trump hears, oh, am I getting a gift? Am I getting a gift? So Donald Trump stands up to take it. And King Charles is looking at him like, dude, what are you doing? Let me finish my damn speech. Here, play this clip.
So tonight, Mr. President, I'm delighted to present to you as a personal gift the original bell which hung on the conning tower of your valiant namesake. May it stand as a testimony to our nation's shared history and shining future. And should you ever need to get hold of us, or just give us a ring.
And then King Charles gives this toast right here, and Donald Trump gets all touchy with him. King Charles makes a joke about the Boston Tea Party. And what King Charles is doing here is, after really laying into Donald Trump on the issue of Trump's attack on NATO, Trump's attack on Ukraine, and then Trump's attack on international trade, that's when King Charles then injects some humor into it and kind of lets Donald Trump drop his guard, and then boom, does a Boston Tea Party joke. And then you can see like Donald Trump is so damn touchy with him and is weird. Here, play this clip.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mrs. Trump, for your splendid dinner this evening, which, may I say, is a very considerable improvement on the Boston Tea Party. So whether your cup contains tea, wine, Scotch whiskey, bourbon, or even cola, let us raise our glasses and voices as we toast the past, the present, and the future, thank you, of our two proud and allied nations. To the United States and the United Kingdom, God bless both our countries.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As you go. Great job. That's so beautiful.
So then Donald Trump tries to do like his own humor, and it's not funny at all. Trump totally bombs. Trump's like, Windsor Castle, I hear it's built by William the Conqueror. He a nice guy, that William the Conqueror? And nobody laughs at all because it's weird. Here, play this clip.
Windsor Castle, a structure that's so beautiful and so long that it never seemed to end. I looked down as a former real estate person, and it just went on forever. And it was built by a gentleman named William the Conqueror in the year 1070. And I asked the king, I said, was he a nice man, William the Conqueror? He said, I tend to doubt it. I don't think so. When they call you William the Conqueror, generally speaking, you're not going to be too nice, but he must have been something, because it was nothing like I've ever seen Windsor Castle. But
then Donald Trump departs from his prepared remarks to say that Iran is defeated, which it's not. Play this clip.
But it was unconquerable courage, this inexhaustible supply of ambition, ingenuity, and resolve. From the trenches of World War I to the beaches of Normandy, from the frozen hills of Korea to the scorching sands of North Africa and the Middle East. And we're doing a little Middle East work right now, too, if you might know. And we're doing very well. We have militarily defeated that particular opponent. And we're never going to let that opponent ever, Charles agrees with me, even more than I do, we're never going to let that opponent have a nuclear weapon. They know that, and they've known it right now very powerfully. But our countries have stood together.
And then he says, King Charles, you got the Democrats to clap for you earlier today. I can't do that. Here, play this clip.
And Queen Camilla of the United Kingdom to the White House. Very special place. Very, very special. And I also want to, before we really begin, I want to congratulate Charles on having made a fantastic speech today at Congress. He got the Democrats to stand. I've never been able to do that. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. They liked him more than they've ever liked any Republican or Democrat, actually. So I just want to thank you and congratulations. It's not an easy thing to do. That's a tough place.
Then Trump interrupts his speech to praise Rory McIlroy for winning golf tournaments. Here, play this clip.
This unstoppable daring, this unconquerable courage, it really is. It's unconquerable. And
y'all. So we're gonna take a pause right there so we can get into a little bit more commentary. But as you can see, per usual, it's day and night when it comes to anything that Trump says when he's anywhere on a podium, and anybody else with any type of integrity or understanding of the severity of what we're going through right now hits the podium, right? And so you see him try to get up there and be this type of, stand-up comedian when none of this stuff is funny because it's really affecting people's lives, right, in real time in a serious way. But all Trump can result to doing is making corny jokes. But we have actual integral people who stand up and they get to the podiums and they say things to the people worldwide that they need to hear and that they need to, understand for the importance of what is truly happening and we're experiencing right now under this administration. So, Imani, do you have any additional thoughts about this right now? Because look at Trump when he gets up there. Like, he never has anything to say. He tries to make jokes, throw people under the bus. Like, she's just a clown. To me, he's a
Um,
clown.
I think this is, I mean, I'm not a royalist in any shape or form, but I've got to say, I was impressed, but not surprised. But it's because there's such a big contrast between the two. This was a
Right.
masterclass in soft diplomacy because what
Mhm.
he was really doing, he was criticizing him all the way through without being confrontational. And
Right.
he was giving his messages through historical references.
Fact.
1814, the White House burning, the
Mm-hmm.
Boston Tea Party, the language about French and German.
Mm-hmm.
And what he's doing, he's trying to reinforce the depth of UK US relations and the he's reminding the audience that we have mutual dependence on one another. And he's trying to frame, all the current tensions with a shared history. And the thing about it is, he's given a message about international order. He's mentioning threats to trade systems, global balance, and he's really saying the current policies are disrupting long established norms. It really was a masterclass in diplomacy, which you would expect for someone such as the king, who has been doing this for a very long time, even when he was, the Prince Charles, because he's
Right.
traveled the world.
Right.
He's also given a warning without saying it directly. And there's a very, very big contrast in their communication styles. I mean, Charles is structured, he's intentional, he's using symbolism. Trump's
Mm-hmm.
improvising, he's trying to use his personality or lack thereof, and
Right.
he's really trying to combat or really trying to match the jokes, but they're really not hitting because you can tell by the audience reaction. It was awkward for him. I had secondhand embarrassment for him at points. And he's
So,
really trying to compete, but he's also overly impressed by the royalty and the status. And that is a real giveaway. I mean, he really was sucking up,
he's a
in no
fan.
question.
He's a fan. He's a fan. He's a fan. He's a fan.
Oh,
Like,
he's a
basically,
fan. He really, really is a fan. But
and it's just
I was
ridiculous.
impressed, but I wasn't surprised by Charles's performance because he's always well, he has to have been. He's been trained from a very young age to be calm, polite, smiling, but underneath get the message across. The speaking French line was a joke, but it wasn't, because it was really a flex, saying, wrapped in politeness, saying, don't mess about. You've needed us just as we've needed you.
Agreed. Agreed. And that's the thing. It's like, that's one of the things that bothers me the most. Like, when I see how he tries to put himself in a position where he wants to flex and he wants to, like, use this country to flex over other countries and other people is laughable, because people, us as the general public that don't really follow so much politics closely and really know the history and how everything moves and operates, we probably won't know. And that's why a lot of people fall into like laughing and believing what he says when he tries to flex and strong arm and make it seem like, oh, the United States is like, we're the biggest and the baddest and the toughest. Be very clear about who you do business with and who you have relationships with. And when it comes to other countries and leadership of other countries, there's a lot of benefit that we have here in the United States because of those relationships. And those very exact relationships are the things that he has single-handedly dismantled, like within a few months. And so I do appreciate and like the fact that other countries and leadership are speaking up, and they're like, look, you're not going to keep playing in our face and making it seem like we're little nobodies and we're nothing and you're the best of the best and you reign over us. Half of the things that you have and you're afforded in your country is because of the relationships and the business deals that you have with us and what we provide for you in your country. So you no longer get to do that. We're not going to sit back and allow you to do that because it's a lie. But the people, us as a general public and the people, we don't know all of, you know what I'm saying, those business deals, those connections, and those benefits that we really absorb in this country because of the connection that we have to other countries and leaderships. And so I think that that's just nasty work. You know what I mean? To make it seem as though, okay, these people mean nothing. They don't matter. You can squash them. You can bully them. You can do whatever, push them up against the wall. And they're no longer being pushed up against the wall, and they're coming out and they're now telling the truth. And what I like about that is it brings a level of education that I believe we all need as the general public, as far as how the government is really structured and it works and it's set up and has been set up for a long period of time. So that's one of the things I think that, you always take like the silver lining out of something. I think that we're learning more than ever now how things really work and operate. And it's because people are just coming to the board and they're saying, look, this is how it really works. This is how it's been working. And these are the things that you benefit from that we provide. So you will not play in our face like that. And I have no problem with anyone standing up for that when it comes to that, because if it is the truth is always going to be the truth. Do you agree?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Sorry. I do agree. I mean, there were some comedy moments, like the GIF moment was, when Charles said, I present you, and Trump jumped up and said, oh, is this for me? Is it happening now? And Charles said, sir, sit down. Let me finish.
Exactly. Like, who do you think you are to try to get somebody to be quiet and bow down to you? I just think, no.
No, it was his excitement at getting a gift, which was hilarious. And Charles was just like treating him. He buoyed him. He sunned him in that
He
scene.
sunned him good.
It was hilarious.
He sunned him good. I love it. I love every minute of it, for real, because this is an individual with a characteristic type that has to be sunned. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only way. You have to sun him. You got to hit him where it hurts. And you got to hit him with facts. You got to hit him with knowledge. And you got to let him know, sir, you're not bullying us. You're not going to talk down on us. And you're not going to lie on us either. And so, we're seeing a lot of that happening. And I'm just like, I'm here for it. I really am here for it. And a lot of people be like, are you crazy? Whatever. You live in the United States. I do. But regardless of the fact that I live in the United States, that just so happens to be where I was born, I can see right from wrong when I see it. And Trump, no, absolutely not. He's clowning. And, he's being nasty work towards people that have had our back for many, many years. And half of the things that we benefit from here in the United States as a people is on the strengths of the relationships that we have with other countries and world leaders. And you're going to be honest about that. And you're going to give those people their flowers and their recognition that they need to have, because without those relationships and without those exchanges in business or whatever, however, they want to call it, business deals or whatever, we wouldn't have half of the luxuries that we have here in the United States. And you don't get to just fly around and act like you're the biggest and the baddest, knowing that you got this from somebody else. You know what I mean? I don't like that. But anyway, y'all, let's keep going because we don't have much longer of this video. We're going to get right through this one. And after we get through that video, we'll be moving on to a song break, of course. But then our next video that we'll be talking about is going to be also from MS Now. And this will be Joyce Vance, and she'll be speaking on the DOJ indicting former FBI Director Comey again. And we'll see and dig into a little bit deeper as to, you know, why they're trying to indict him again. Basically, it's more Trump tricks, okay? Silly rabbit tricks are for kids. But anyway, let's go ahead and play the rest of this video and finish it off. We'll take a song break and then we'll get into our next topic. All right, y'all. I'll meet y'all in the chat.
Speaking of that, where's Rory McIlroy? Can stand up, Rory, will you please? That was unconquerable courage. That was very good, Rory. I don't know if that helps them talk about how wonderful the speech, but I had to interrupt my speech because I watched that man win a tournament. That was a tough one. Congratulations. Very proud of you. All right, now I'll get back to my speech, Rory. Okay.
Then Donald Trump says that British colonies or former British colonies don't know how good they had it, basically. Here, play this clip.
They have such love and such respect. Today, most of Britain's former colonies have no idea what they truly owe to this towering legacy of law, liberty, and British custom that they were given. We were given that, and it was a great, great gift.
So then Trump raises a toast at the UK state dinner, but he forgets to toast Melania. Let's play this clip right here. There were other very awkward moments as well, like before the speech was given, Donald Trump was outside the White House and Donald Trump was saying how jealous he was of King Charles. Here's what Trump said.
He made a great speech. I was very jealous.
And then as the Queen was shaking people's hands, Donald Trump cuts in front of her. Like she's shaking Trump's own cabinet members' hands, and Trump like pushes the Queen aside to like shake the hands of his cabinet members. And then the Queen stops shaking people's hands. She's like, did he just cut me off? Like, what are you doing? Why would Donald Trump need to shake the hands of his own cabinet members? Here, play this clip. And just a reminder for you about King Charles' speech earlier in the day at the joint session of Congress. Here he was saying that America's words carry weight and meaning, basically telling Donald Trump, stop using your words recklessly. Play this clip.
America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more.
Then he got a standing ovation when King Charles talked about how the United States Supreme Court has cited the Magna Carta multiple times. In fact, over 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789 on the issue regarding checks of executive power. Again, he's calling Donald Trump out for exceeding what Article 2 executive power should be about. Play this clip.
Roots go even further back in history. The U.S. Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
And then King Charles invoked NATO. Remember this portion of his speech? Here, play this clip.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder, through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
So there was many powerful moments. I'd love to hear from you what you think about it. And I'll just say, while all of that was going on, you had James Comey deliver this message after being indicted for the second time for posting a photo of seashells that said 8647 a year ago. Here's what James Comey had to say. Let's play.
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary. So let's go. But it's really important that all of us remember this is not who we are as a country. This is not how the Department of Justice is supposed to be. And the good news is we get closer every day to restoring those values. Keep the faith.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you.
All right, y'all. Imani, if you're still there as well. Yeah, so that is a little bit of wrap up around, King Charles child. And he came in and he did his thing, okay? And so moving forward, the next topic that we've seen a little bit of men segue into is this new update with FBI Director James Comey. And so basically he has been indicted in the Eastern District of North Carolina over an Instagram post from last year. The DOJ alleges that a photo of seashells arranged at 8647, that's a number, right, constitutes a true threat. Prosecutors argue that 86 is slang for elimination and 47 refers to the current president. Comey maintains and then simplifies, Comey maintains he simply found a cool shell formation on a walk and he took a picture of it at that time, but since then has deleted the post once he realized the potential misinterpretation could happen, because people always are misinterpreting things, and we know that. So legal experts, including Joyce Vance, are debating whether this is a legitimate security prosecution or a precedent-setting use of the DOJ to police symbolic speech. Anyway, that's the next topic we'll be getting into. But let's go ahead and wrap up a few things around Prince Charles' commentary. So what do you think, Imani, in closing, when it comes to Prince Charles and him dropping the mic on the stage like that?
Well, like I said, you could classify it as somebody. Charles came with history, strategy, diplomacy, and Trump tried to come with vibes that really looked like buffoonery.
That nobody's picking up.
Nobody was laughing.
He's putting down. Okay, we do not want it.
Yeah, and the thing is, once again, an important historical reference he made, which was the Magna Carta, and I don't know if people know, the Magna Carta was signed in 1215 by King John and a group of rebellious barons. It basically introduced an idea that even the king is not above the law. And why it matters, it's because it put limits on royal power, and it introduce fair trials and other protections. Before that, the king could do almost anything. After that, the king's power had limits. And I think what if people don't understand, he's basically saying that you are not infallible, you are not, you, even a king does not have had the right to do anything. He was really trying to tell him, you know, you're trying really hard to be a dictator, and you don't actually understand that the Supreme Court referenced in the Magna Carta put limits on power. And that's why I said within that, all of his speech were messages at Trump without being directly confrontational. That's why I think if people analyze that speech, it is very, very interesting what he was doing. And he was softly spoken and non-confrontational. You know, I thought it was a good speech from him, but it's not anything different to what he would do anywhere else he is in the world. And
I agree.
really, that's about
I
it.
agree. Yeah. So, you know, that's basically what it is what it is. Most of the time when we're watching these things and we're listening, you know, the way we properly should, we'll be able to see it for what it's for, right? And we understand that Prince Charles did an excellent job in that. We understand that, like you said, he came with professionalism, poise. He was very calm. He was very direct in what he had to say. And he didn't tell any lies, okay? Because we know and we see and we feel and experience what is going on under this administration, especially when it comes to Trump. And so I thought it was an excellent speech. I thought that, you know, even the comedic points or whatnot that he was having during that speech really were hitting. I thought it was great, but it's also a lot of knowledge that he was bringing to that conversation. And I think that was the best part about it, because there's a lot of education that I believe needs to be done. And once that education happens, however it is you choose to deliver it, that's most important, you know? Because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know. And you can deliver education with a little dose of comedy. But we got to go ahead and take a quick song break. We'll take this song break, and after that, we're going to get into this Comey situation, okay? Because this is ridiculous. And just like we seen Lawrence speak on earlier in the video that we watched, let's be real. If anybody comes up with that sequence of numbers, are they all now to be charged and indicted with some type of crime? Like, please get real. You know, at this point, it seems like they are grasping for straws. And so we'll get into all of that in just a moment, y'all. Let's take this quick song break and we will be right back.
Yeah. Golden Queen, Imani. Let's talk facts. They don't want this part. They don't read the room, they just play the role. Nah, I read between lines, I expose the code. Facts. Headlines spin, but the truth stay bold. Golden voice cut through, yeah, I take control. They don't read the room, they just chase the show. I break it down clean, let the people know. No fear in my tone, let the pressure blow. If it's truth on the line, I'ma let it go. King step in White House, champagne glass. History joke, but the tension still pass. Talking rule of law, why the system get bent. Smiles at the table, but the message got weight. Facts. Congress clap, but I'm watching the frame. Every word calculated, every move is a game. They say special relationship, I hear strategy shift. Power don't joke, they just speaking the script. Talk, read it, wake up. Indicted twice, yeah, they headlines loud, but the case looked thin when you break it down. Statue clock tick, yeah, the time ran fast. Now they try revive what was buried in the past. Why? Legal mind split, yeah, they side-eye quick. Is it justice or a move just to tighten the grip? When the law turned political, we all gotta see. It ain't left, it ain't right, it's accountability. They don't read the room, they just play the role. Nah, I read between lines, I expose the code. Facts. Headlines spin, but the truth stay bold. Golden voice cut through, yeah, I take control. Water is life, now they drawing them lines. Wait, county versus county, who control the supply? Land get
taken, yeah, they call it the plan. But it hit black towns, now they raising their hands. Hold up, data centers thirsty, but who pay the cost? Communities fighting like they already lost. But the people stood up, said not this time. Bill got stalled, yeah, that pressure applied. Say that, stand up. Millennia quiet, but the tongue got firm. Now they talk stability when the tables turn. Candace switch lanes, now the circle get tight. When you question the script, they don't like that light. No, Charlamagne speak, now they label it threat. What? Trying to blur the line between speech and unrest. But I call it what it is, just voices colliding. Truth don't shake, it just keep on rising. Rise, sneaky with the truth, I don't gotta shout now. Slide through the beat, let the facts walk out. Low tone, high impact, yeah, I'm more precise. Every word got weight, every bar cut nice. Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. They don't read the room, they just play the role. Nah, 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 nah. I read between lines, I expose the code. Facts, 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 facts. Golden queen voice, yeah, I set the tone. If it's truth on the line, I'ma take the throne. Facts over noise, truth over politics, community over everything. Yeah, we see it all.
All right, y'all. So thanks for rocking with me with that little song break that we had to take real quick. So now we're going to go ahead and get into our second topic, all right? And I know it's like, oh my goodness, we're going kind of slow here because we're just now getting to the second one. But we got to talk about this Comey situation, right? And so one of the first videos I want to play for you all is from MS Now. They're going to break everything down really quickly for us. And as they do that, we'll listen together. And after we listen, we'll have our commentary on that, right? So we're going to be moving right along and we'll speed it up just a little bit, okay? So this is Joyce Vance over on MS Now having some commentary towards this situation with George Comey. So let me go ahead and explain to y'all what is going on with that really quickly, okay? So right now we have the, like I said, the 8647 seashell indictment. Y'all know that, right? We already talked about it. Now, y'all think about it. If you're walking down the beach and you may see like some numbers aligned and some seashell sequence like that or whatnot, and you think that that's interesting and you take a picture, do you feel as though that you should be, indicted or there should be any legal actions taken against you because you took that picture? And remember, this is the most important part with a lot of these things. This was posted like a year ago, right? And now it is being resurfaced and reinflamed, right? Because now it's made to seem like this person is trying to make some type of threat or statement against Donald Trump, okay? And this is the FBI Director, James Comey, now being indicted again, right? Because of a picture that he took that he thought was, maybe funny or interesting a year ago. He didn't mean anything by it. He didn't cite any violence or, attacks towards Trump by taking that picture. He took a picture. He posted it on his social media. It has been dug up, right? Because we got people out here that are digging up bones and old things and reigniting them. This is happening in the government as well. And so this is literally what we're talking about when it comes to this next topic, right? All of this has been redug up and now made to be a big, huge situation, and supposed to be taken as some type of threat towards, Trump. But let's get into it. We're going to go over here and hear from Morning Joe and Joyce Vance, and they'll be covering a little bit of this, y'all. So let's watch this and listen to this together, and then we'll give our commentary on it. Here we go.
The Department of Justice has indicted former FBI Director James Comey again. The second round of charges includes threatening the life of the president. It stems from a picture, a photograph Comey posted last year of seashells in the form of the numbers 8647. As most of you know, to 86 something, slang for the restaurant industry, to throw it out, get rid of. We're out of it tonight, 86 it. And Trump, of course, is the 47th president. Comey quickly took the image down after receiving backlash when he put it up last year, saying, quote, "I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence," and took the picture down. The DOJ now will have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the message was intended as a threat.
You are not allowed to threaten the President of the United States of America. That's not my decision. That's Congress's decision and a statute that they passed that we charge multiple times a year. The government will have evidence. I am not going to talk about the evidence that we have. That's unfair to him. It's unfair to the prosecutors, but it's enough to say that the grand jury returned an indictment.
You just saw the evidence. Seashells on a beach in a photograph on Instagram. Comey responded quickly to the new charges in a video posted on Substack.
Miranda Priestley's here. The hair's not ready. I need the Tresemme A-list collection now.
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary. So let's go.
This latest case comes just months after Comey's prior indictment for lying to Congress was dismissed due to an illegally appointed prosecutor. Let's bring in MS Now Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delanian and former U.S. Attorney and MS Now legal analyst Joyce Vance. Good morning to you both. Ken, I'll start with you. You're reporting on this story. A lot on the plate. The Department of Justice right now for the acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who'd like to take the term acting probably away from that job. The Epstein files, chief among them, perhaps. So how did they come to this prosecution?
Good morning, Willie. Well, this pretty clearly seems to be part of Todd Blanche's campaign to become the permanent Attorney General. He and his aides have made no secret about the fact that he is accelerating many of these retribution cases that Donald Trump cares very much about. There's this 3-page indictment makes the claim that any reasonable person who saw that photo would interpret that as a threat to the life of the President of the United States. That's obviously manifestly false. Some legal commentators have called that the most embarrassing paragraph they've ever seen in a Justice Department document. You know, I attended that news conference yesterday with Todd Blanche and the FBI Director Kash Patel, and you know, everybody in the room knew what was going on there. Even Todd Blanche knows what's going on here. No one, unfortunately, asked Todd Blanche the question of, wasn't he doing this to please Donald Trump, especially in light of that Truth Social post that Donald Trump issued last September that many people believe he meant as a private message to then Attorney General Pam Bondi, urging her to indict a number of his enemies, including James Comey. And he said our credibility is at risk here. We need to move forward as quickly as possible. After that, Pam Bondi posted that no one is above the law, seeming to refer to Comey. So this is exactly the kind of political weaponization of the Justice Department that Donald Trump and his allies baselessly accused the Biden administration of doing. Joe Biden never called on anyone to be indicted. He never directed the Justice Department to do anything in terms of a criminal prosecution. Donald Trump has done that, and his Justice Department is heeding his instructions, and this is the result.
And the FBI director at that press conference proudly saying that his agency had spent 9-10 months investigating that one Instagram post to get to these charges. So, Joyce Vance, is this going anywhere? I'll just ask you bluntly.
No, this isn't going anywhere, because at the end of the road for this case is the reality that the government will have to convince a jury that it has proof beyond a reasonable doubt of this case. And look, there are 2 charges, as Ken has alluded to. Both of them center on this notion that Comey made a threat to inflict bodily injury on the President of the United States. And that's just not here. Now, we heard Todd Blanche and Kash Patel talk a little bit yesterday about, we spent 10 months looking at what was in Director Comey's phone. But if they had a smoking gun here, something that was stone cold, we would know about it. They would have fronted that out yesterday in this press conference, because this case looks so weak that had they had the ability to buttress it, they certainly would have. No jury will find that beyond a reasonable doubt, the director meant to inflict bodily injury on the president. He was on vacation, strolling the beach, posted on Instagram. Was it good judgment? Reasonable people can debate that. Was it a threat to harm the president? Clearly not.
And David French, we should just remind viewers that Comey didn't even arrange the seashells that way. He says he found it and he just took a picture and put it up. And then later said he didn't know quite what it meant. But you know what it meant.
Yeah.
So tell us, as someone who's worked in restaurants, please explain, reiterate what this is for. Yeah. And I just have to know it comes at a moment when, you know, obviously, there was a security situation this past weekend at the Correspondents' Dinner. There's been a lot of talk the last couple of days about safeguarding the president, the need for a ballroom. And that, to me, seems like that's for Todd Blanche, who is auditioning for this job, the moment to press forward with this.
Right. I mean, look, I'm a former waiter, like a lot of people in this country. And when you say 86 something, you mean get rid of it. So, you know, you would hear 86, the chocolate lava cake. It means we're out of chocolate lava cake. It doesn't mean brutally murder the cake. I mean, it's an absurd analogy to say that this is somehow, or it's an absurd stretch to say this is somehow a threat. And by the way, there's actual Supreme Court authority here. So there's a case called Watts v. United States that goes all the way back to the 60s, where somebody said if they were inducted into the Army, which the draft was a very live thing at that time, the first thing they would do is get LBJ in their sights. So they're referring specifically to a rifle there. They're referring to putting a president in their sights, so much more explicit than anything in 8647. And the Supreme Court said, no, this is political hyperbole. This is protected by the First Amendment. So there you had a case with a more explicit reference to violence by far than anything here. And the Supreme Court said, no, that's political hyperbole. That is not going to be punishable. So we're already in an arena where the Supreme Court has spoken very clearly to this. So you look at this, and I don't know that this will even ever get to a jury, because a judge may well just decide as a matter of law, this thing totally fails. And can we also say, you know, I remember about a year ago when J.D. Vance went to Europe and scolded the European nations about their approach to free speech. And here we have a criminal prosecution around what is unquestionably free speech. And that's not the only not the only censorship event of the day. You had Brendan Carr threatening to pull broadcast licenses because of a joke the administration didn't like. So the hypocrisy of this administration lecturing.
Also, the phrase 8645 was used by many on the, or 8646, I should say, was used by many on the right about Joe Biden.
Yeah, you had Matt Gage, had Jack Posobiec, others. I mean, there's, you know, people are selling merchandise to 86 Joe Biden. This is not a threat. This is saying get rid of them, that it's over. Their term should be over. This is not that they should be killed. And everybody, you feel like what they're doing is almost sort of testing the good faith of their own supporters, because this is a very good test of good faith. If somebody's going to look at this indictment and say, yeah, that's about right, you can start to write them off as hopelessly partisan.
Yeah, no, it is crazy. You have, again, the hypocrisy of J.D. Vance, the hypocrisy of all these so-called free speech warriors. I await the reams and reams of stories that will be coming out of the free press about indicting somebody for seashells or trying to pull ABC's license for somebody telling a joke that has probably been told in the Catskills in comedian clubs for 100 years about an autumn-spring romance. But one good thing that did come out of this, though, is David French talking about 86 meaning brutally murdering the chocolate cake.
Lava cake.
The lava cake. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, man, no. That's why I show up in the first place. But really, it is, it was ill-advisable. It's probably a stupid thing for him to do. But at the same time, again, the Supreme Court's already spoken on this issue. And all of these hypocrites in MAGA world that have just clutched their pearls and fallen on their fainting couches time and time again about, oh, the left doesn't respect free speech, which I will say, we said the same thing on college campuses. We agree. But their response to that is to not respect free speech and literally arrest people literally arrest people for taking a picture of seashells and putting it up on Instagram. That's how hypocritical, and trying to pull the license of ABC because of a late night comics Catskills joke that Don Rickles probably told 100 times.
Yeah, and how about all the howls during the Biden administration about lawfare and weaponization of the government? I mean, here it is, right in front of you.
Such hypocrites.
Not to mention just the abject waste of time to have the acting attorney general, the head of the FBI, investigating this, holding press conferences. Go work on the Epstein files. Go get after the important things that are happening in this country.
All right, y'all. So I totally agree, right, with their commentary, especially what they just said. Like, there's bigger fish to fry. There's more serious issues to hone in on. And you're grasping at straws at this point, in my particular opinion. Okay, because all of this is like, it's these spin narratives that these people try to do. You try to claim that somebody means something in one way or to go against you in one way. And that's not what the person was posting it for. Is it funny? Is it hilarious? Yeah, it is. Because what it means is, okay, 86 that, people know, like, oh, 86 that. That means that it, get it out, but not assassinate or unalive. It means basically we have to vote this person out. We have to get this person out of office. And the 47th president is very clear. That's Donald Trump. So get this president out, not by unaliving, not by assassinating. Vote them out. Do it the proper political way. You know what I mean? He has to go. And a lot of us can agree that that's how we feel. He has to go. So it's just like, I don't understand why they're making stuff bigger and more serious than what it is. It's grasping at straws to make it seem like, you know, oh, woe is me. They're trying to get me assassinated. No. And then we have these staged, you know, powings happening at a dinner in, you know, the White House. Like, all of this stuff to me seems like it ties in all together. It's some type of big performance. That's how I feel about it. Because first that happens, and then now you want to post up and spread around that seashells have been some type of whistleblow move to get people to take you out of here. Come on now. Stop playing these childish games. What do you think, Imani?
Here's where I sit on it. It is a really important situation, and the key thing is it really references what is free speech and political expression, because ultimately, number one, it's blatant weaponization of the DOJ. He's accused of threats against the president and successor and transmitting a threat in interstate commerce. You know, you've explained what the 86 and 47 means. They said the same about Joe Biden, and I would think this would cover both videos if you're going to show the other videos. The legal question is, what is protected speech or a true threat under federal law? And what counts as a threat? Because under US law, especially the First Amendment, political speech is highly protected. And true threats in a courtroom must show an intent to harm or incite violence. Now, like you said, taking a photo of some seashells, which say 8647, does that mean that anywhere we see 8647, if you and I walked around and you had 86 and 40 and I had 47 on a t-shirt, that we're saying that, you know, pow the president or get rid of him? No, it doesn't.
Right. Exactly.
There's no clear intent. It's, you know, there's no reasonable perception that the president is in danger. They're really trying their utmost to prosecute Jim Comey, which is what he wanted to do and what he has wanted to do since he's been in office. The thing where they're going to fall down, which happened the last time they indicted him, is Kash Patel has talked about grand jury deliberations, and the thing is, what that gives an opening for Jim Comey to do is to demand what they told the grand jury, which is what happened last time. And last time they realized that they had misled the grand jury. I don't think it's going to get further than a magistrate judge, but I could be wrong. So I think it's a big overreach by them, and that's what I would say about it across the board.
It's definitely an overreach, and they're definitely grasping at straws, exactly like you said. And Lawrence did cover a little bit of that in the video that we first watched, where it's like, okay, if we have a football team, right, that's out on the grass, and one of the players on the football team has 86 on their jersey, and the other football player has what is it, Joe? 40. What is it? This number? 47. Yeah, 47. And they're standing side by side with each other. Is that now a threat towards your life as well? Are you saying that they're making some type of subliminal message to come at you and threaten your life? Like, let's be clear here and let's use common sense. It doesn't make any common sense. Just because those numbers are paired together in some type of sequence or form in any place or space that they may be at, it doesn't mean that somebody is threatening or coming at your life or trying to incite or send, some type of subliminal signal that they want you taken out, right? And then all of this staged pow pow, supposedly, allegedly, is what they're saying has been staged. That pow pow situation of that individual that was at the dinner at the White House. All of this is all happening around the same time. It seems a little bit suspect to me, because it seems like you're trying to run and push a narrative that's not true. And what is your reason for doing that? Well, a lot of people do not care for Trump, and a lot of people do not want to see him as president because he's not doing good by the country. And it's making things bad, not just for us as United States citizens within this country, but also the relationships that we have with other countries. So it's affecting things worldwide. So do we think that you need to be voted out, that you need to sit down, and that you need to be out of this position because you're not doing it well? Yes, a lot of people feel that way, but nobody is out here saying that they are making, these unalive threats towards you to have your life taken or have you assassinated in some type of way. He's the only one who seems that it's funny when he stages these fake assassinations. And we know that this is now fake assassination, what, number 3? Like, allegedly. But, all of these stage prompts and all of these stage performances, as far as people just trying to take him up out of here, come on. How many times do we have to see that this is something that it seems as though he goes towards when he's basically backed up against a wall and, wants to basically play the victim role? Like, bro, you don't get to play the victim role. Look how much you have done to actually hurt and harm the people of not just this country, but a lot of people worldwide. You know what I'm saying? Like, people's everyday lives are being affected by the choices and the temper tantrums that you have because you're in your feelings and emotions all of the time. And so are we supposed to sit back and act like we don't see that that's a thing and a pattern with you? And then now you want, because it's being very clear that you're moving as, the way you move. I won't say my word because I say that word too much, but you're moving in a way that's like real yuck. You know what I'm saying? No, sir, not at all. Not noble, not political, not any of those things. You don't operate that way within this position that you hold. You're messing things up for this country and other countries aligned. And the people feel it, the people see it, and they're speaking out against it. And then once you get caught up in all of that, amongst other things that you're also being caught up in, okay, Epstein files, now all of a sudden you want to make yourself seem as though you are a victim of some kind. Like, people are at you, they're trying to get you up out of here. We do want to get you up out of here, but not necessarily in that way. We just want you to be out of a position that you're not doing and standing right by. That is it. That is all. That is what the people have said. So if you're not going to carry this position with any type of integrity and do anything in a proper way, okay, to make things right for the citizens of this country and for the people in the world, then you need to move along, sir. Let somebody else do it. Get somebody else to do it. Period. And that's all people have been speaking on. But now all of a sudden, you want to play victim, like everybody is just out here trying to make you disappear from the face of the earth. No,
Just
we
a
just
real
want
quick
you.
point, though, Golden.
Yeah.
A real quick point. I think they're underestimating their opponent. They got to remember he was the director of the FBI. Before he was the director of the FBI, I believe James Comey was a prosecutor, just like his daughter is. That man knows the law inside out. And Kash Patel, you know, he's no match. He's no match for this man. He's way out of his weight class. And
Thank
the
you.
type of people who come forward to defend Comey are in, you know, the category A. I think this is really going to be where they're going to get egg on their face. I'm not really, you know, I don't think there's anything to worry about. But what the question that people need to look at is free speech, political expression, and what constitutes a real threat. Those are the three questions that I have. Is this a real threat, taking a photo of seashells on a beach?
Child, what they gonna say next? What if somebody wins the lottery and that's the pick four numbers? Is that supposed to be a threat? Are
You're
we
not
doing that
allowed to have, you know, it's a bit like, you know, buildings don't have a 13th floor, that go past the
now?
13th floor, and they don't have a floor 13. Are they going to
Right.
take those four numbers out of
Child,
the lotto
you know
pitch?
what I'm saying? What if you stand in a hotel room and that's the number on your door? What if you got an apartment and that's the number on your apartment? What if you
They're
live
going
in
to
a
take it
house
out. They're
and
going
that's
to
the
remove
number on
it.
your house? So anybody who has, if y'all live in a house and that's the y'all address of your house, watch out. They may be coming for you next. We can't be sure. You know what I mean? Like it's really ridiculous now. Like now, because of a certain sequence of numbers, that's supposed to be considered a threat towards someone's life. Please, it's the childishness for me. If my son is up here, right, because he has his little number blocks, right, and he so happens to put the number blocks in that order in that sequence, oh my goodness, now my son is coming and gunning for Trump. Like, what are we talking about here? You know what I mean? Like, this stuff makes no type of sense to me. And the fact that some people will sit there and entertain it and act like it's okay and it's reasonable, I don't understand that. I don't, for the life of me, understand that. But anyway, y'all, we got to keep moving forward. So we're at the last little smidget here. 1 minute left here on this MS Now report. And then we have a second report that we're gonna play from none other than one of our favorites again, Ben Masalis, because he has a little bit to say and hones in on this as well. So we're gonna be playing his live and his video after this. But I'm gonna let Morning Joe finish over here on MS Now about this. But this is ridiculousness. Anybody who can see it's like, come on now, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're really grasping at straws. But let's go ahead and finish this off and we'll move on to the next video. I'll meet y'all over in the chat.
It's just, it's preposterous.
All right, so that was actually just a few seconds. I thought it was going to be a minute at most, but it was just a few seconds. So there goes JJ in the background, y'all. He's about to go back in the room. He's getting a snack. But anyway, we're about to get into this now because Ben, he has a few things to say about this as well. So let me get this pulled up, y'all, and then we'll listen and we'll get into it. And I'm going to get this boy a snack. I'll be right back, y'all.
Department of Justice just brought another indictment against former FBI Director James Comey, and it is once again already backfiring in the Trump regime's face. Just to be clear, what this indictment is purportedly about: 2 counts. First, threats against the president and successor. Second, transmitting a threat in interstate commerce. It relates to a single social media post made by James Comey last year. The post was of seashells that said 8647, and then Comey wrote, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk." 86 means to get rid of. It's restaurant slang. Get rid of somebody from your restaurant, kick somebody out of the bar. The Trump regime claimed this was a threat to Donald Trump's life. They had Secret Service investigate Comey last year. As soon as Secret Service said to them, ask Comey to take it down, he took it down right away. And then, about a year later, right after the White House correspondence incident, Trump's trying to link Comey posting seashells in order to keep, I guess, Donald Trump conjuring sympathy and that he's a victim regarding the White House correspondence dinner. And it's also happened right at the same time. Maureen Comey, James Comey's daughter, won a major motion in Manhattan federal court for her lawsuit against the Trump regime to continue. Trump's weaponized DOJ brings a social media criminal case. Yes, the right-wing people who railed against big tech censorship when they claimed that they were kicked off of Twitter unfairly when they were posting lies about COVID or right-wing extremist stuff or promoting insurrections, and they were upset at private internet platforms. They are now applauding and promoting the government prosecuting people for posting seashells that say 8647 and saying that that constitutes a death threat. And why I started this by saying, is it going to backfire on the Trump regime immediately, is I just observed Kash Patel with those Kash Patel deer in headlight eyes holding this press conference, trying to curry favor with Donald Trump. And already, as Ann Bauer pointed out, Kash Patel says that the grand jury heard evidence that Comey deleted the 8647 post and apologized, although neither fact appears in the indictment. Did the FBI director just disclose evidence presented before a grand jury? Here, play this clip.
James Comey allegedly threatened the life of the President of the United States. And as you all now know, shortly after posting that threat, he deleted that threat and then issued an apology. All of that information was presented to the grand jury, and Mr. Comey will have his day in court and his ability to speak to a jury of his peers. Thank you.
Yeah.
Today's video is sponsored by Heartopia, a cozy life simulation game designed with creativity.
Yeah, so did he just disclose grand jury material? When you actually look at the underlying grand jury indictment, just a few short pages, it doesn't say any of that. And it just basically lists the 2 counts. And the entire thing is the seashell post. That's it, the seashell post. And according to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, this investigation took a lot of work over the whole course of a year. That's what they were working on. That's why it took so long, he says. Okay, here, play this clip.
At a place where we can definitively say, to the extent we can definitively say, we will let you know.
Director Comey posted this almost a year ago. Why bring this case now? Did you always feel like this was a strong prosecution, or did something change recently?
This investigation just didn't come now. It's the result of a lot of work by law enforcement over the past year. We don't time when we bring cases around anything other than when the investigation is at a place where we should go to the grand jury, and that's exactly what we did in this case as well.
As a former FBI director.
And then FBI Director Kash Patel says, yeah, this took about 9, 10, 11 months to do. 9, 10, 11. Let's play it.
As you heard from the Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney, former FBI Director James Comey has now been indicted for 2 felony counts. While many of you may read this indictment and view this matter as a simple investigation, it is the farthest thing from.
I'm sorry, I just cannot, because there are so many other things that the FBI needs to be dealing with, okay? When it comes to their position that they hold and what the FBI represents, there are so many other serious things that they need to be investigating and dealing with, and this is the biggest one.
That every single investigation this FBI and our partners at the Department of Justice undertake, especially those that involve the threats to harm or hurt or even kill individuals, whether they hold public office or civilians in our country, are met with the same measure of investigative prowess and tools and personnel in partnership with the Department of Justice as anyone else. As the U.S. Attorney indicated, James Comey will be afforded every matter of due process under the United States Constitution. And as the Attorney General indicated, this has been a case that's been investigated over the past 9, 10, 11 months. These cases take time. Our investigators work methodically. Their career
Clown show. And then Todd Blanche is asked, so what about like free speech? Like for critics who say, where does free speech end and an actual criminal threat begin on social media? What do you say to that? That seems to be a big concern. You know, the First Amendment, the first one. What do you say, Todd?
Got it in under 1 year. So that's really where we're at.
It's clear that you don't want to talk specifics today. But to the American public, can you at least give us a sense of whether you have hard evidence or evidence that shows that Mr. Comey intended for President Trump to be harmed? And then secondarily, for critics who say, where does free speech end and an actual threat of violence begin?
I don't know what critics say that, especially today, but it's not a very difficult line to look at. And it's not, in my mind, a difficult line for one to cross over one way or the other. You are not allowed to threaten the President of the United States of America. That's not my decision. That's Congress's decision in a statute that they passed that we charge multiple times a year. And so whether there is a defense, as you just described, maybe there is, but the government will have evidence. I am not going to talk about the evidence that we have. That's unfair to him. It's unfair to the prosecutors, but it's enough to say that the grand jury returned an indictment. I'm just take one more question.
Except Kash Patel did get into specifics. Harry Littman from the Talking Feds YouTube channel, Talking Feds Substack, and Talking Feds podcast. So already at that press conference, Harry, they've already now opened up yet another avenue from James Comey to file a motion to open up the grand jury testimony. We know when Comey did that the first time with the first indictment, he uncovered all of the misconduct that took place then. We never really got to it because there was a statute of limitations issue. So the case basically got dismissed on the basis of the unlawful prosecutor being not the right person in the room. And there were other procedural issues before we even got to the case. So first it was the procedural issue of wrong prosecutor. Remember those days? Then they couldn't rebring it because it was brought on the day of the statute of limitations. So we never got into all the lies that were told to the grand jury, but that would have come next. So here, Harry, Patel opens up yet again right there, the window, which is you talked about the grand jury, so you can claim grand jury secrecy. And a lot of people are wondering, how would the grand jury indict? Well, we know the Trump regime's been going into grand juries and not given the full story or given the false story. So, Harry, what do you make of all this as a former top federal prosecutor?
So much. Ben, I had seen the initial indictment of Comey with its raw combination of absence of probable cause and clear reprisal motive as the most shameful act that the DOJ had to that point ever committed. And now they've just spiraled downwards. Start with that press conference. Now that we have taken the measure of Todd Blanche and Kash Patel, and you can actually listen to what they say through the prism of what they're doing. You know, I just heard continual buzz every time they said something that was false, and their whole pitch was false, as were many specifics. Let's start with this 9, 10, 11 months. It's a joke. The indictment has nothing, not a single fact that wasn't completely assembled as of a a few days after the episode occurred, when Comey immediately sat down with the Secret Service and said, "Are you kidding? A threat? I had no intention of doing that. I'm going to delete it." And he did, as Patel has said. Now, was all of that presented to the grand jury? We're going to find out, because this is going to be a case where the so-called Brady material, the stuff that's exculpatory about Comey, is going to be voluminous, and they're going to have to show that they sent it over. But there's not a word about, we looked for 9, 10, 11 months about what. There's one fact that they need to establish that I think they cannot establish beyond a reasonable doubt, that in taking this picture of seashells that he happened upon on his walk, he was somehow himself, actually, because the charges require under the statute, that he himself was threatening the president. They talk a lot and loosely about, well, maybe he's exhausted.
Okay, y'all. So, as you can see, this is an actual lawyer that is sitting there breaking everything down when it comes to the legalities of the situation, the severity of the situation. And he's basically telling y'all, like, anything around this, like, at this point, you're wasting your time. You're playing in the people's face. You're playing in the judge's face. You're playing in the lawyer's face. If you even feel as though you can take any type of legal action towards this, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And we have professionals that are now speaking out and telling you, like, come on. We know exactly what this is. This is performance per usual. That's what we always get from Trump and the Trump administration and all the people that he's put in place to aid and assist him, allegedly. We have seen the performances play out. And a lot of them have already bitten the dust at his own hand. So they can't even play in the circus together well, right? They can't even work together with each other for this circus act before one of them is on the chopping block. So come on, you're not gonna play in our face like that. But anyway, we have actual professionals that's speaking on this. So we're gonna wrap this one up here, y'all, because I think we've heard enough on it. I'm gonna let Imani come. You want to speak, Imani, and let me know some of your final thoughts about this and the Comey situation, because we got to move right on along. And I wanted to talk to y'all about something that has come to my attention that is happening actually in my state of North Carolina. We're gonna get into that next, but let's get into some final thoughts about this Comey situation, these seashells, y'all. What are your final thoughts, Imani?
My final thoughts are really the same as when we just discussed it. It really is about where does, free speech, what constitutes a real threat. And I really do believe this is their weaponization of the DOJ, and they've underestimated their opponent. And I think it's going to fall flat, just like the last one. I could be wrong, but I don't think this is going anywhere. But people should worry about the fact that the wider implications of the freedoms that are being taken away from people. And that's really my final thought. I don't really have anything more to say on it.
I agree. And everything that, I previously said as far as this, like, it's really becoming a clown circus. Like you said. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, hold on. Let me change up the mic settings. Hold on one second. But yeah, that's my final thoughts on that, and we're moving on past that and for that. I think for the most part, most people can see and understand that, this is just yet another game on the bag of tricks, another pull out of the hat on, the magician stage. It's just like, please, don't play in our face and play in our intelligence like this. But anyway, y'all, let's take a quick song break. After this song break, we will be right back. And we got to get into some things that's happening actually right here in my local state. We'll have, some conversation coming over from the Roland Martin platform. And there's apparently a North Carolina bill that is letting some of the predominantly Caucasian counties seize water from the, Black or African American counties here in North Carolina. And so let's get into that story and hear exactly what is going on with that, and how that puts a lot of people, in a position where something ain't right about this. Something ain't right. You can take to give, you know what I'm saying? We'll get into all of that in just a minute, y'all. Give me just a sec. Let's take this quick song break and I will be right back. We'll get into all of that in just a moment. And we're going to fix some of these sound settings here. Be right back.
The mission of the television, spitting division, a mental prison. Got the youth chasing lights, addicted to the feed, ignoring the hunger, the fundamental need. They building paper idols on a digital stage, putting our future daughters in a virtual cage. Now we gotta break the cycle, gotta cut the cord. The real word is powerful, mighty given the sword. So we teach them about their history, teach them about their grace, teach them about the power, every single face.
We are human, blood and bone and soul, with the right to be hate, the right to be whole. This is our story, this is our sacred song. In the eyes of the Creator,
justice, a word of peace, a promise that the fight will never cease. This ain't just a track, it's a call to action for every mother, father, every single fraction of the community holding it down on the ground. Time to get loud, make a revolutionary sound. Look your child in the eye, tell them that they matter, tell them their spirit's something they know like a shadow. Tell them knowledge is the weapon, love is the shield, and the truth is the harvest. We're gonna grow in this field. Yeah. Oh, yes we are. We got you back.
All right, y'all. So thank y'all for rocking with me with that song break right there. So we're going to go ahead and get into our next topic. And like I said, This is a topic that is actually right here in my hometown, okay? So we're talking about the North Carolina water grab, SB 214, right? So let's talk about the core conflict. So there is a bill, there's a Senate bill that is 214, Section 5. It was a legislative proposal that emerged in late April of 2026. It sought to grant Franklin County, a fast-growing majority, predominantly Caucasian suburb of Raleigh, North Carolina, the power of extraterritorial condemnation. So what is the target? The bill specifically named 3 neighboring counties, Vance, Halifax, and Warren. These are majority Black or African American, majority minority rural counties with deep historical roots, right? And so what is the power shift that's happening? So now under this current NC law, a county must get permission before seizing land in another county. SB 214 would have let Franklin County bypass that consent, essentially allowing them to seize property and water infrastructures in predominantly Black or African American counties without their leaders having a seat at the table to discuss this and fight against it. So what is happening right now when we're talking about data centers and the connection to that? We're going to listen to audio that is coming from Roland Martin's platform, but it is one of his current correspondents that typically show up on his show. She's covering this segment, so it won't be directly from him, but she will be covering it. So as highlighted on the show, which is Roland Martin Unfiltered, this isn't just about residential taps. It's about industrial power, right? So we have massive tech companies that are building data centers in Raleigh-Durham area. These centers require millions of gallons of water per day for cooling, right? So here's the heist of it all. Critics like Enfield Mayor Mondale Robinson argue that the Caucasian counties are attempting to hijack the natural resources of the Black counties to fuel the profits of the big tech, leaving the rural Black communities with the environmental bill and no control over their own assets. So we have to talk about the resistance and the victory. So what is the outcry? Well, the outcry is local leaders, including Representative Brian Cohn and Representative Rodney Pierce, labeled the bill egregious, disrespectful, and grossly unconstitutional. There's a lot of pressures here. Protesters flooded the state legislature in Raleigh on April 28th, which was just yesterday. Granville County and the city of Henderson passed emergency resolutions to block the land grab, right? Because that is what they're seeing this as. And so what is the result in all this right now? The pressure worked. House Speaker Destin Hall officially unalived, because the word is killed, but unalived because we're talking about bills. So unalived the proposal on Tuesday evening of April 28th, which was yesterday evening, removing the language from the bill after members of his own caucus voiced concerns over sovereignty. So the hypocrisy and the danger of all of this in a neutral breakdown. When it comes to hypocrisy, advocates for the bill claimed it was about regional growth. However, the hypocrisy lies in the fact that Franklin County bypassed every regional negotiation process to try and get a sneak attack law passed at the state level instead of talking to their neighbors in their community. And what is the danger of this? If it had been passed, it would have set a precedent where wealthy counties could treat maybe less, wealthy counties, they saying poor, but maybe less wealthy counties like a grocery store, taking what they want, such as water, land, and resources without paying or asking. It effectively creates a colonial relationship within the borders of North Carolina. So y'all, let's go ahead and get into this video real quick so y'all can hear a little bit more about this situation and exactly what has been happening and what is going down. So this, again, like I said, is over on Roland Martin's platform. And this is one of his correspondents that's with him regularly. She's covering this segment right now. I will give y'all her name in just a moment so we can be respectful. Let's see here. I have to believe her name is in here. Let's see. Did they have her name? Well, she will introduce herself, y'all. So she's always on Roland Martin's platform. I really like her. She has a great energy. She's very smart, very intelligent, and I love how she breaks things down. And so we're going to go ahead and get into that segment with her real quick, and she will explain to us everything that is going on. And again, this is North Carolina based in the United States, which happens to be the state that I live in. And I know Raleigh very well. I used to work there. So yeah, this is what's happening in Raleigh, North Carolina. Let's get into it. I'm going to meet y'all in the chat.
All right. So North Carolina is currently experiencing a historic drought, raising concerns about the establishment of what are called data centers across the state. Now, these facilities require significant amounts of water to cool their servers, and estimates suggest that a single data center could consume up to 2.5 million gallons of water each day. So in response to these water demands, a local bill is being considered that would allow predominantly white counties to draw water from predominantly Black counties to address these particular water shortages. One impacted area is Enfield, North Carolina, and Mayor Mondale Robinson joins us now to talk about everything that's going on. Mayor, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for standing in for Ro as he gets some time to decompress and be with family. So I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, so for people who don't understand what these data centers are, tell me, because it is a huge processing center that needs lots of energy, and that's where the water comes in. How would you explain it on the basic 101 course level?
Listen, for so many reasons, data centers are done improperly and they are bad. They create all types of harms to communities where they are. The noise, the use of water, the diesel energy, all of that to power it. But I would say centering data centers in this moment missed the mark. It would be a local bill if it was just Franklin County trying to pass this at Franklin County. Here's the problem. The bill that we're talking about has made its way to the General Assembly of North Carolina. It is Senate Bill 214, and particularly Section 5, which basically strips the right of North Carolina majority Black, three of North Carolina majority Black counties, Halifax, which is the county where Enfield rests, 56% Black, Warren, and also Vance County. And this white county, Franklin County, which is 70% white, is now saying through their Senate legislation representation that they should have the right to any property, not just water. It says property in that section. And interest in that property through condemnation. So they can condemn any property in these other counties without the consent or approval of elected officials in said counties. This is tragic, and it's also as American as apple pie.
You're right. So when we talk about the history of what white communities take from Black communities, this is the apple pie kind of analogy that you've been referring to. What should people know about this bill in terms of whether or not it has support and what you're doing in order to try to fight it in a meaningful way?
Yeah, so right now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to sound the alarm. This is why I came to Roland first, because if we're talking about how Black people hear what's affecting us that the world might not be talking about, this is where we should be at first. So we need people talking about this because this is a civil rights issue. This is a stripping issue and also if these conservatives are really concerned about property rights, how are they supporting this? So what I need people to do is to understand that next Tuesday at 4:00, the North Carolina State Senate plans on voting on this issue. And if it passes, it goes to the House. And if it passes the House, it becomes law. Because guess what? It is a local bill at the state level, and North Carolina local bills at the state level that are passed through the legislature do not and prevent the governor from being able to veto it. So even though there's a Democratic governor who may want to veto this bill, he will not have that ability because of how this bill is stricken, and it does not apply to the entire state, just a simple region. This is dangerous, and it's setting a precedent that say that white people who want things can use this tool to take it away from Black majority counties. This is disgusting. It is a civil rights fight. It takes away the humanity of my residents in Vance and also throughout the rest of Halifax and Warren County. And we shouldn't sit idle as if this is something small. This is how they are testing what they can do and where they can do it at. So people should understand that this is not a time to be afraid of what's next, because it's here now.
And as you said, this is more than just about a drought. All hands on deck. What do you want people to do right now in order to show their concern, to show their disgust with what's going on?
Yeah, people need to be calling senators in North Carolina, whether they're in North Carolina or not, screaming about how disgusting this is as an act. Why are you trying to take and tell the voters through their representation at the county level in these counties that it does not matter what they want? It does not matter what their wishes are. These white people need something, and it is superior to what you desire and need in your own county.
We're going to bring the panel in now. I know that they have questions for you. I'm joined tonight by Michael Imhotep. He's the host of the African History Network show. Also, Dr. Avis Jones DeWeaver, author and co-founder and editor-in-chief of Max Black Media. And Rebecca Carruthers. She's president and CEO of the Fair Election Center. Rebecca, I want to start with you. Questions for the mayor. I think you're muted.
Good evening, Mayor. What are things that different organizations could do to support you?
Yeah, Rebecca, thank you so much. And I know people may not know this, but Halifax County is one of the poorest counties. It's an old county. It's actually the first place in America that said we want to be free from England. The Halifax Resolve happened well before the Constitution and all of that was written. So people have a deep hunger for freedom. Of course, Black people were not included in that idea of freedom. So what we need from other organizations is to any resources that you can provide to help us sound the alarm about this, any resources to help us get people from Halifax County. We're taking two busloads of people from Halifax County to Raleigh on Tuesday to be there so they can see that this is not sitting well with folk. So anything to help us get the noise out and also provide comfort for folk in this moving them from Halifax County to the capital, we are here for that. And also calling the state legislature and burning up their phones and letting them know, hell no, not on our watch.
All right, Dr. Jones DeWeaver, question.
Yeah, following up on that, I mean, North Carolina is one of those states where you have this split here politically between a governor that one could argue may be more amenable. We're not sure about what's going on at with the legislature. So it's a very purple state. What do you see as your best prospects for being able to get someone to step in and make a change here so that the rights of your citizens, and Black citizens specifically, can be respected in this manner?
All right, y'all. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick comment break. You know what I mean? So let's go ahead and just dig into this a little bit deeper when it comes to the legislative side of it all. And it's called the sleight of hand. Okay. And like I said, this is SB 214. So as of April 29th, 2026, which is today, the dust is still settling from a major legislative battle in Raleigh, North Carolina in the United States. So the Senate Bill 214 sought to give Franklin County majority, like we said, Caucasian or affluent county, the power to bypass the consent of neighboring counties such as Vance County, Halifax, and Warren County, which are majority Black or African American to seize land and water infrastructure, right, for these data centers, okay, because the data centers require a lot of water to cool down. So what are they calling this? They are calling this the soda straw effect. Experts describe data centers as giant soda straws. A single large facility can suck up to 5 million gallons of water per day out of the ground, roughly what a town of 50,000 people consumes, right? So you can have water in your home to wash your dishes, to take a shower, maybe if you want to, water your plants in your backyard, whatever your water consumption is, these data centers are sucking up a lot of, that water that regular everyday citizens in these counties and areas use because they need them. We need water. So what is the motive? Raleigh and its suburbs are seeing a AI boom. But while the Caucasian counties get the tax revenue and the tech jobs, they are looking to outsource the environmental destruction to neighboring Black counties, right? So they're taking from the Black counties and it's benefiting them. And the Black counties are not getting anything back in return when it comes to that. So let's talk about the impact, why this is basically this is an unalive sentence for localities, right? When a wealthy county seizes water from a less wealthy county, because they keep using the word poor, and I'm not going to say if anybody's county is poor. I'm not familiar with those counties, and I don't think anybody who lives in that county would want anybody to describe their county as being a poor county. But we will just say that maybe they're not as wealthy as some of the other counties. So when they do that, one, to cool servers, the local residents pay the ultimate price. So wells are running dry. In rural Georgia and now North Carolina, families are reporting their personal wells are running dry because massive data center pumps are lowering the water table. What do we also have? Rising utility bills. So in North Carolina, Duke Energy is already requesting 18% rate hikes to handle the electricity load for these centers. When the water is seized, residents in the donor counties often see their own water rates spike to pay for the infrastructure that actually is serving someone else. So this is meaning like individuals that live in these communities, which are predominantly Black communities, and I will not say poor, but they may not be, or have a lot of influx of money as other communities, but they want to consider them to be poor communities. So when this is happening and they're taking the water from these said communities, also what the individuals who live in these communities have to deal with is not just a decrease in probably the amount of water that's being surfaced throughout their neighborhoods and their communities. They also have to deal with the spikes of prices when it comes to their water bill from, places such as Duke Energy, maybe PwC, whatever it is, that is covering their water. And so now they're paying more. Give me just a second, y'all. That's JJ Child. He coming out here. But anyway, let's keep going. So now prices on the bills, right, are going up. Water is going down as far as the amount of water that individuals have to use because of this, because we have other counties and communities siphoning that said water from the Black counties, right? And so let's talk about the economic stagnation. If a Black county loses control of its water, it can attract its own business and build new housing. It becomes a resource colony for the neighboring tech hubs. So on the Roland Martin's platform, which is what we're hearing now, and we're going to get right back into that, Roland Martin has been a leading voice on this, highlighting that speed to power, how fast tech companies can get online, is being prioritized over human rights. So the victory for now on April 28th, which was yesterday, House Speaker Destin Hall removed the seizure language from SB 214 after local leaders like Mayor Mondale Robinson called it disgusting and predatory. The moratorium movement. North Carolina is now a center of the national rebellion. Chatham, Canton, Brevard, and Swain counties have all passed or are considering moratoriums, which are temporary bans on data centers until the water usage laws are updated. So basically, they're fighting back. And they're like, no, you're not going to siphon all of our water from us because of your online or your network and your data farms and all of these things like that, right? So they're fighting back against that. So this is a little breakdown of what's going on with that. Imani, or if you're there, what do you think and feel about this? What are your feelings, or do you want to listen to this a little bit more? Is this anything that you're familiar with? Do any of these type of things happen in the UK as well that's similar? Let me know what's your thoughts and feelings on this coverage.
The only thing I'd really say is this is why votes matter at the state and the government level. And it's really important for you to know who represents you, because people seem to think that only senator and Congress votes matter. No, your state vote matters, because those decisions affect you at the state level. On this subject matter, I wouldn't say there's anything similar, but we have local county councils that make decisions that may impact us locally, but not nationally. So it is really important for people to know that your vote really does count. On this subject, I don't know that much, so I couldn't give you a lot of input.
I understand, because it's basically, it's like US based and stuff like that, and things move and operate a little bit different. So I get it. But that overall statement that you made is absolutely true. This is why we have to understand the importance of not just voting in the presidential elections, but also taking to the polls, going out and voting for our local representatives, because these are the ones that are in control of things like this. And you know what's interesting to me? What a lot of this kind of reminds me of, and I don't know if anybody has ever watched that movie before. It's not the exact same thing, but it's just the first thing that came to my head. Have y'all ever watched that movie, Erin Brockovich? That was a really good movie. And there was a lot happening, like around water and stuff like that as well within, that movie. In the local communities or whatnot. And Erin Brockovich was fighting against that, right? For her community, for what was happening and bringing awareness to it. And so it kind of almost rubs me like the same way when it comes to this now that I'm hearing it. Not that it's specifically the exact same thing, because it's not. It's a bit different, right? It's a lot of bit different. But I don't know, for some reason that's like the first thing that popped up on my mind is like the Erin Brockovich story, right? And so now we're hearing things like this are happening, and we're seeing like, okay, in different counties and communities that are predominantly this, predominantly that. Now there is, this lack of care for the communities that, their water is important to them. They need their water. We all need water, y'all, A lot of us have moved away from like drinking water from the spigot and stuff like that. We may get bottled waters, but water is very important. We're washing our clothes. We need water for that. We're washing our dishes. We need water for that. We're mopping our floors. We need water for that. We're taking baths and showers. We need water for that. Like, we need our water. And the fact that it's being ciphered out, and also on top of that, that even your water bill and the rates and the prices of your water can go up, and imagine why that is, right? Because now there's less of it to go around. So when things are very scamp and very low, they have to still, meet their quota and get their money. And so you can have a lesser amount of water, but they're going to try and force you to pay maybe double the price for a lesser amount of water because they still want to make their money in their pocket. But meanwhile, you have a less amount of water that you can use. And then we also got to talk about, because it all ties into, when it comes to hot water and cold water, right? You got to talk about all of that as well, because with hot water and stuff, that ties into your electricity. That can make your bill go up because you need more hot water. It's a whole bunch, y'all, that ties into this. And so I already thought that this was an interesting topic for us to listen to and, really understand some of these things that are going on. Because when people are saying like they're going through hard times, things are changing in their counties, in their states, their cities, their countries even that they live in, a lot of things are shifting and changing and making living standards very difficult for people in this, current administration and what is happening right now. And it is affecting a lot of people in major different ways. And these are the things that we're not talking about. These are the things that are not being pushed, that people are out there seeing that is happening behind the scenes. But this is literally what's happening to people. And it will make things difficult. But let's keep going, right? We're going to continue to play the rest of this live right quick and hear the rest about what's going on with this. And I thought it was very interesting to bring to the forefront because it's a serious matter, but it's also a very close related matter because I live in North Carolina. I don't live in any of these counties or cities, but I live in the state of North Carolina. So let's keep going.
Yeah, and unfortunately for us, the governor, even though he may be amenable to our cries and our harms about this is not only a property right, it is a dehumanizing factor for my people, for Black people, not just in where we are, but across this state. It's showing us that we don't matter as much as our white neighbors. So even if he was amenable, he couldn't do anything because of how this is set up. We need to change these Jim Crow-esque laws so that his grandson, James Crow Esquire, can't continue the long legacy of preventing Black people from having full life. That happens, though, only as a result. I'm sorry, that happens only as a result of elections. We need to rethink and think broader than these gerrymandered districts that prevent Black people from having an accurate voice across our state. We do that by turning out voters that don't normally participate.
That's right. And that's why you are sounding the alarm on this. Let's go to Michael. Michael, question for the mayor.
Small business owner, let your bill pay work for your
Hey, Mayor Mondale, good to see you again. So my question is twofold. One, in the state legislature there in North Carolina, could you let us know who controls the state house, who controls the state senate? Number one. Number two, what are the justifications? I know you talked about the justifications of those who say own the data centers, but the people in the state legislature that are going to vote for this, right? What are their justifications to say, oh, you can take water from African-American, predominantly African-American counties, okay? But they wouldn't allow the reverse to take place.
Yeah, I mean, we know what the justification is. It's the same justification that told that white man that lived in Pennsylvania at the White House that he could tear down the East Wing without anybody's permission. It is the idea of whiteness and their life matters more than anybody, especially Black people. America has a high tolerance for Black suffering. So I think the justification is just that. America has a history, 400 plus year history of making sure white people are comfortable, even if it's at the expense of Black lives. And I think that's where it rests. They would never, not only would they not allow Black people to take the resources from this majority white county, County, they wouldn't even let this county, Franklin, try to take water from Carl Lake, and they stopped that and prevented that because white people enjoy that lake. They're there fishing, they're there swimming, they're there hiking and kayaking on that lake, and they said you will not have more access to this lake. So the backup plan, I guess, was, well, you can't have it from this natural resource that we call Carl Lake, but you can have it from those black folk down south.
So what at the end of the day does this look like to you in terms of a satisfactory answer to deal with the drought, the water problem? What are your counter proposals and what you are telling them needs to be done?
Yeah, I mean, so right now we've done resolutions at the county level, and the town of Enfield done its own resolution. But I think what needs to happen, first of all, we need to do away with this idea that legislators can pass things without the governor having the right to veto it. That is as old and as racist as the filibuster in the United States Senate. We need to get rid of that thing too, that tool too. But what is a satisfaction action at this moment is that, one, all legislators that are elected by the people of North Carolina vote against this, even the person who introduced it. They need to shoot this down and say that we will not ever tell residents in North Carolina that your rights are sub to someone else's right simply because somebody wants to make a dollar.
All right. Remind us once again of the vote is taking place next week. Give us the time, details once again before we go.
April the 28th, Tuesday at 4 p.m. at the Raleigh Capitol. It'll take place, and we're trying to pack it out with people from these counties to make sure that they know that it is bad.
All right, Mayor, I want to thank you so much. Listen, without people like you, we would not know about this because these aren't headlines that are across the country. You are the one that are making these things happen. So we will have you back on to get an update, I'm sure, as I'm sure there will be one. All right, hopefully it will go your way. Thank you and good to see you.
You too.
All right, y'all. So I just wanted to cover a little bit of that, especially, like I said, it does hit home. I live in the state of North Carolina, and so these are the things that are happening within, my state or whatnot, not necessarily in any county that I live in or any city that I live in, but it is very close to home because of the state that I live in. And these are the things that are serious. These are the things that we need to talk about and bring attention to because they affect the stability, of people in their everyday lives. When it comes to now, they want to siphon water out for these, data tech places, but people need their water for everyday, life, and comfortability. So, that's crazy that they want to suck all of it up because of AI, technology, and all of that, and feel as though they have the right to do so. They just come, they take what they want because they can. And I believe, there's the precedence that they don't think anyone will fight back or fight against it. But we are finding out here in 2026 that is a very different story because we do have these abilities now to use our voices, to protest. We have our voting rights. We are very much more educated. And so we can fight back against these type of things in a way that I probably think they didn't think that we could do previously or our ancestors could do previously because they were not in the position of, awareness, knowledge, and rights that we have currently. And so that's just a little short segment on that, y'all. The next segment that I wanted to get into is they have a lot to say out here about Charlamagne Tha God over on The Breakfast Club. And, I have my thoughts and feelings about him as well and his character as well. But however, now they're coming out and saying that Charlamagne Tha God is actually inciting political violence, right? And so that's been a thing. But we understand why a lot of that is being said. It is because he is extremely outspoken when he's on The Breakfast Club, which is a very big platform. And, some of his thoughts and feelings and opinions when it comes to Trump and this administration. And basically what we are seeing is that, Trump has a very big problem when people speak against that. So, he doesn't like the fact that people talk against him or have opinions and thoughts against him. And those seem to be the individuals that he tries to silence and target in any possible way that he can. And so now his sights are on Charlamagne Tha God. And so we will get into that segment here in just a minute. Let me just pull up some of the notes here. Give me just a sec. Okay. So basically, the White House has officially commented on their influence of media figures like Charlamagne Tha God, specifically regarding political violence. Following Charlamagne's critiques of the current policy, the administration suggested his rhetoric could be inspiring to radical elements. This has led to a debate over whether the White House is unfairly targeting media critics to suppress dissent. The clash between the executive branch and the independent media personalities continues to redefine the boundaries of political speech. So let's go ahead and play a little bit clip of that video, and then me and Imani will talk about that a little bit, and then we'll weigh in and see if you guys have any thoughts, feelings, and opinions on it as well. So let me go ahead and get that video up here, y'all. It's just a really quick snippet. It's not that long at all. And after we move on from that, we'll be getting into a little bit about Melania Trump, and we'll also be talking about Candace Owens. So let's hear from the direct correspondents over at the Breakfast Club and see what is going on over here with Charlamagne. All right, y'all, let's get into it. I'm going to meet y'all in the chat.
Tensions in Washington are already running high, especially after this weekend's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Now, authorities say that suspect he was targeting Trump and officials connected to him. And now that incident, it is sparking, though, a larger debate about political rhetoric and who's responsible for the tone. And the White House is going after Charlamagne, after you suggested that President Trump is, quote, the drama. Let's listen to what you have to say about that.
Because the fact, whenever something like this happens to Donald Trump, whenever there is an assassination attempt, whenever there is some type of political violence that happens at, one of these events, people always say, so are we going to tone down the violent rhetoric towards Trump? Stop it. Like, I'm sick of that narrative. I need every single media personality to direct that energy and that question towards one person and one person only, and that person is President Donald J. Trump. At what point do people simply say, hey, Trump, it's clear that you're the drama? What'd I say wrong?
Oh, so what they say? What
I say wrong?
Well, the White House, they did issue a statement in response to those statements made by Charlamagne saying, quote, vile political rhetoric like this is extremely dangerous and life-threatening. It's unhinged commentary like Charlamagne Tha God's that inspires political violence, and he should be especially mortified of his words given this weekend's egregious attempt against the president and others in his administration.
I don't know what to tell them. I'll just say what I said before. The Trump administration has caused so much pain to people's everyday lives that some folks are fed up and willing to risk it all. Simple as that. Yeah. And if you're going to talk about anybody toning down violent political rhetoric, start with the president, Donald J. Trump.
I'm really so surprised how they dive into what the press says or what media personalities say all the time, instead of focusing on what could help the country, right? What the problems are that people are saying that they don't like, what the problems are, the reason for this gentleman, not to say that is right, but the reason why he thought he could or he wanted to do that, like the reason why people are stressed out, the reason why people are having problems, instead of diving into media personalities and journalists that are critiquing.
That's right. And I want to salute the TSA agents. As I was coming home from Miami yesterday, they wanted me to make sure to tell people they probably won't be getting paid on Friday. You really feel bad because, I be talking to folks. I'm asking them how they doing, and they was like, not good. We're not good because we probably not going to get paid on Friday.
Yeah, salute to all the TSA agents. A lot of them been hitting me, and they basically said the same thing. They say any little bit of stress reliever will definitely help, whatever that is. But they say, no, they're not getting paid and they have bills just like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like there's bigger problems for the administration to be focused on.
Yep.
A great Northwest became one big dream for me and Sarah.
A journey of courage and community.
All right, y'all. So that's the end of that clip right there, where they just give a little bit of insight as to what is going on. We heard what Charlamagne's statement was. we also see how this current administration is acting and moving, and a lot of the results, that are coming from the decisions and some of, the rhetoric that they wield. So Imani, my question would be for you. What do you think about that overall? I don't know if you watch Breakfast Club, if you're too familiar with Charlamagne or not. But at least in this particular situation and what he's saying based off of this particular situation issue, do you agree with what he's saying? Do you agree with them? Do you think that he's inciting violence, or do you think he's making actual good points, especially when it comes to him telling these people, if you want to speak about anybody inciting violence, then you probably need to have a conversation with Donald Trump? Can you hear me? We can't hear you, girl. Are you there?
I don't think he's inciting. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can
That's
you hear
good.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's good.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I
Can you hear
can.
me?
Yeah, I can. You can't hear me though.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me
I
now?
don't think he's inciting violence. I think it starts from the top, and he's exactly right. The biggest person who incites violence is the president.
Exactly. I totally
And
agree.
the problem with the what I term the MAGA is they don't mind dishing it out, but they don't like it when it comes back at them. But I don't think anybody is really inciting violence. I mean, what people need to worry about is, what about the healthcare? What about the food stamps? What about America First, which were the policies? You know, running down independent media because they're criticizing you is not the answer. Focus on the country. Focus on what the reason why people voted you in, because you said you were going to put America and its people first. And right about now, the only people that you're putting first are your sensitive overly sensitive nature to criticism. You want to focus on TV personalities that make jokes about you, but you don't want to focus about TSA agents that are not getting paid. You don't want to focus on people who are losing their health care. This is ridiculous. I don't agree that Charlamagne is inciting violence. I do watch the Breakfast Show, and I have watched the Breakfast Show on various occasions, but I think this is just once again overreach, overly sensitivity to criticism, because he knows he's not doing a good job. And really, that's all I've got to say. I think it's a load of BS.
Okay, can you hear me now? I don't know if you can hear me, Imani. We got to check that out. But I know I can hear you, but I don't know if you can hear me. But absolutely, I totally agree. And I'm just gonna be very honest with it. There's things that Charlamagne has done. There's things that he says that I don't agree with. And then there's things that he says that I absolutely do agree with. And I agree with that one, right? I agree with him saying that, no, I don't believe that he's inciting any type of violence or political violence at all. Everybody can take their stance as they see fit. And most people who are looking at this through a non-clouded lens see it for exactly what it is, and they're speaking up on it and making their own choices and decisions. He's not exciting anybody to do anything. Now, there's also people that are very much fed up, and they are taken to the streets to protest, whether they decide that they want to do that in a peaceful way. And sometimes there are people that have just had enough and they are angry, and they may, on their own accord choose to, exude some type of level of, violence, or some type of level of, force or whatnot, if necessary, in certain instances. If you have peaceful protesters that are out here peacefully protesting, and you have ICE agents that are coming at them, throwing, smoke bombs at them and attacking them and, wrestling them down to the ground, then I do believe people have the right to defend themselves. So if that is what they want to refer to as inciting some type of political violence and rage, I don't think any individual is responsible for that. I think each and every individual, based off of how they're being treated and they feel, will respond how they desire to respond, right? Whether they want to be peaceful and pray, or whether, they're being attacked and they have to defend themselves. And so all of that usually gets, weaponized and spin around as a narrative to be something that it's not anyway. And we see that. But exactly what he said, if you want to, basically say the truth, that doesn't mean that you're inciting political violence. You're basically telling it how it is, right? You're not telling anybody, hey, go out, do this. Hey, go respond this way. That's not what he said. And if he is basically telling individuals that they really need to, and it's more so the individuals that are rocking with and supporting Trump, that instead of coming at people who are trying to defend themselves and speak up for the truth, the person that they need to hold accountable for a lot of this violence and this craziness that we are, currently experiencing within this country and now worldwide, is not due to these said individuals and the citizens and the people. It has a lot to do with what Trump has been putting down, right? And how he's been running the administration and the things that he's inciting people to do. So you see him on stages and things of that nature, when he's up here fist pumping and telling people fight, 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 and all of this MAGA BS. Like, he's inciting a lot of this violence the same way he did on January 16th when he was inciting that riot down at the Capitol. You encourage people to go down there and be violent and crazy and do things that, is really actually breaking the law. And a lot of them, yeah, they did get the proper consequences that they needed. They did go to jail and got arrested for the things that they did. And he's turning around and doing that same thing again. And individuals, if they listen to him and they trust him, or they want to fight in his honor or his behalf, or whatever it is that they feel as though he's pushing, that they are buying and eating up, it does incite a lot of violence, because that's typically what he seems to be standing for and pushing, right? That he wants people to fight. This is someone who started a World War III, for no absolute reason, just because he wanted to and he couldn't get his way and he couldn't strike up a proper deal that he thought was fair for him. And people held out and they said they weren't going to make no deals with him. And so he got mad and got in his feelings and he decided to start a World War III. This is the type of president that we're talking about. So if we're talking about anybody inciting violence, right, or turning to violence because they're in their feelings that they can't get their way, I think it would absolutely be him, right? And so that's all Charlamagne was saying. It's just like, yo, if you want to talk about anybody inciting violence in this country or violence in this world, how about you take a deep look at exactly how President Trump, or this man Trump, is moving and operating and shaking, and the things that he says and he does, and gets his followers, and his constituents to buy into, and it makes them, for whatever reason, get gaslit into being violent and being nasty work. And so we see that with our own two eyes. We hear it with our own two ears. We know that he's the one that incites a lot of this rage and this hate and this division and this violence. We know it's him. And that's all I think Charlamagne was pointing out at that time. But he also does, like anybody else, has the liberty of free speech. And if that's what he feels that he's perceiving from how this administration moves and operates, and that's what he's saying, he's not telling anybody to go out there and fight, but he is telling people that you have a voice and you have rights and you have to stand up for those things, right? Not to necessarily say that, you're going to start a riot, you're going to, hurt and harm people because of it, but you do have rights and you do have a voice, and, all of these things is going on. There is a way to combat against it. And I didn't hear him telling people to go out there and, commit crimes or exude violence, but you do get to stand for your rights. So that's just how I feel about it. Can you hear me now, Imani?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yeah, it does. The StreamYard does that sometimes, so don't worry about it. It's not you, it's just StreamYard. Sometimes you got to go out and come back in and all that, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes to that, it's just like, no. Like, don't try to deflect. And this is a pure example of how individuals that move and operate with nasty work try to deflect what they're doing onto someone else. You don't deflect that. And like I said, everything that Charlamagne says and his character as a person, I don't always agree with or like myself. But in this situation and what he had to say on that, I just don't disagree. I just feel like, yeah, the main person who incites violence, and this is why we're in World War III, is Trump. Right? So come on. I think we all can see that with our own eyes. We're not that obtuse. You know what I mean? So anyway, did you have any final statements on that? Because I'm gonna move forward to our next topic in just a bit after the song break. But yeah, that's all I had to say on that with the Charlamagne thing.
No, I've got nothing more. I mean, he wants to try having a look at some of his truth social posts and his memes that he posts before he starts talking about inciting people.
Exactly. So it's just like, come on, bro. That's really funny. That is not funny, but that's really peculiar that you would decide to put that label on anybody else but yourself, because you're the main one who incites violence, not just in this country, but now worldwide. So let's just please stop it, put a dead stop on it, and a period at the end, because that's ridiculousness. We see how this man moves. We know he's the one that incites violence in this country, and we would be in a better place and space, I believe, worldwide, if he never would have gotten to office this time again. And so, it is, but that's my personal opinion. But, a lot of people feel that way as well. And it's just like, you're not going to play in our face like that and try to deflect from what you do and put that on someone else. No, that's absolutely you. And just because you don't like these platforms and these people because they speak against you and they really highlight all of the problematic things that you're doing while being president again and within this administration, not just you, but then also others that you have put in place that are equally as problematic as you. And they highlight that and they bring that information to the public so they can have the full story and the truth. Don't get mad at them because they do that and you want to hide that and sweep all of that under the rug. So that's typically what I get from him when he gets upset in his feelings, because people are shining a light on exactly how he's moving and he's operating, and this entire administration does as well. And it's very problematic and it's dangerous and it's brought no good to us so far. So all the people that want to sit up here and gaslight and say, oh, this is the best administration ever, things have been better than they ever been, show us how. Where are the receipts? Where are the facts of that, right? Because there's people that are out here that are saying, no, that's not true when it comes to finances. There are people that are saying, no, that's not true when it comes to safety. There's people out here that are saying, no, that's not true when it comes to fairness and like racism and racial issues and discrepancies. Like, there's so many things that he has done to put us in a worse position than we were previously in. And he cannot lie and say that that does not sit on the cusp of the responsibility of him and how he's been running this administration and his little minions that he got working with him. So, bro, we see it for what it is. We feel it. We experience it. We're living it. And we're going to speak about it. And don't get mad that the Constitution that y'all made, the rights that y'all gave people, we're benefiting from and using them and utilizing them as the way we're supposed to. As far as having freedom of speech, we can talk about these things, right? We can have these conversations, okay? These are part of our rights that's in a Constitution that y'all created. And then you see them, you know, all the time trying to backpedal and like single-handedly switch up and alter the Constitution. You don't get to do that. You don't get to alter the Constitution. You don't get to alter people's amendments and their rights. We know what they are. We've studied them. We've had to learn what they are so we can survive and navigate through, right? So we know what our rights are. And when we utilize them, don't get mad that we're utilizing them and it's just not painting you in the best light, because you're not the best person and the truth will be the truth, period. So get over it. You know, it's like he almost hates the law and the Constitution and the amendments, because when we utilize them properly, it can be, you know, not good work for him, because he wants to hide and pretend that he's doing something so great. And he don't want nobody to have no voice and no power. But we have that. And that's because of a Constitution and amendments that y'all created to give to us. So don't get mad now because we're utilizing things and we're educated. We know how to utilize them properly. Don't get mad now and try to backpedal and take them away from us slowly but surely. It don't work like that. And before y'all do it, even if you have a plan to do it, we're going to get everything out we need to get out before you do. Because that'll be the next thing. They'll try and change the Constitution. They'll try and change the amendments. They'll try and alter them, right? Because they don't want us to be able to speak out. They don't want us to be able to fight back. Y'all made that. We just learned how they work and they operate, and now we're using them accordingly as we see fit when we need to. Don't get mad at us for doing it. Y'all created it. We didn't create it. You did. So what are you mad about? Checkmate, basically. Anyway, y'all, let's go ahead and take this quick song break. After song break, we got two final topics that we're going to be talking about. We're going to try to move through a little bit quickly, y'all, because I know it's going a little long here. So we got to get into my girl, Jennifer and Pumps over on I Had It podcast. I love these girls. And so they will be giving us, you know, a little bit of a commentary and a breakdown of Melania Trump, who is apparently in meltdown now after disaster exposes her and Katie Miller and these bizarre claims that they're making, child. We got to get into that. And we also got to talk about Candace Owens from one of my other favorites, Reese Waters, child. So we're going to end with a little bit of comedic yet intellectual mix in the end. But child, Candace Owens, you know, we cannot be sure what is going on with her. We don't know. One day of the week, we'll be like, oh, okay, she's got some good points. All right, we rocking with her. And the next day of the week, child, get rid of her. Get rid of her. She's got to go. So, you know, all of that be happening. But we'll get into all of those things after this song break, y'all. I will be right back. Thank y'all for rocking with me. See you in just a bit.
Yeah. Golden Queen. Imani. Let's talk facts. They don't want this part. They don't read the room, they just play the role. Nah. I read between lines, I expose the code. Facts. Headlines spin, but the truth stay bold. Golden voice cut through, yeah, I take control. They don't read the room, they just chase the show. Go. I break it down clean, let the people know. No fear in my tone, let the pressure blow. If it's truth on the line, I'ma let it go. King step in, White House, champagne glass. His history joke, but the tension still passed on in. Rule of law while the system get bent. Smiles at the table, but the message got weight. Facts. Congress clap, but I'm watching the frame. Every word calculated, every move is a game. They say special relationship, I hear strategy shift. Power don't joke, it just speaking the script. Talk. Indicted twice. Yeah, the headlines loud. But the case looked in when you break it down. Statute clock tick. Yeah, the time ran fast. Now they try to revive what was buried in the past. Legal mind split. Yeah, they side-eye quick. Is it justice or remove just to tighten the grip? When the law turned political, we all gotta see it ain't left, it ain't right. It's accountability. Facts. They don't read the room, they just play the role. I read between lines, I expose the code. Facts. Headlines spin, but the truth stay bold. Golden voice cut through, yeah, I take control. Water is life, now they drawing them lines. Wait, county versus county, who control the supply? Land get taken, yeah, they call it the plan, but they hit black towns, now they raising their hand. No, they just in us thirsty, but who pay the cost? Communities fighting like they already lost, but the people stood up, said not this time. Bill got stalled, yeah, that pressure applied. Boom, say that. Stand up. Melania quiet, but the tone got firm. Now they talk civility when the tables turn. Candace switch lanes, now the circle get tight. When you question the script, they don't like that light. No, Charlamagne speak, now they label it threat. What? Trying to blur the line between speech and arrest. But I call it what it is, just voices colliding. Truth don't shake, it just keep on rising. Sneaky with the truth, I don't gotta shout. Slide through the beat, let the facts walk out. Low tone, high impact, yeah, I move precise. Every word got weight, every bar cut nice. Watch it, they don't read the room, they just play the role. I read between lines, I expose the code. Facts. Golden queen voice, yeah, I set the tone. If it's truth on the line, I'ma take the throne. Facts over noise. Truth over politics. Community over everything. Yeah, we see it all.
All right, y'all. So thanks for hanging with me with that little song break right there. We're about to go ahead and get into the I Had It podcast show. And y'all know that they are hilarious. Yo, I love me some Pumps and Jennifer. They have me rolling for real. Because they don't hold back and they say all of the things that I really want to say, to be honest. But so yeah, when it comes to Pumps and Jennifer on this segment, they're going to be going in on Melania Trump, okay? And they also, have some defense when it comes to Kimmel because, he's came out as well, just like Charlamagne is, because, people speak out, they say things about what is going on with this administration, whether they do it comedically or whether they're doing it on, a radio station broadcast. We have the freedom of speech to talk about those things, especially when it's affecting us. We get to talk about it. And so, they're going at Kimmel, and yes, they were also going at Charlamagne. But anyway, so Jennifer and Pumps are going to be talking about Melania Trump, right? So Melania Trump's team has shifted to a more assertive communication strategy following recent media critiques and monologues that have been happening on, some late night shows by late night show hosts. And so advisor Katie Miller issued statements defending the First Lady's privacy and public image. This Melania meltdown, as dubbed by some media outlets, marks a departure from her typically private stance as the administration is facing increased scrutiny, which they need to be. So the East Wing heightened response highlights a new phase of image management for the Trump administration. So all of this stuff ties in, child. But Melania is having her own set of issues, right? So we're going to go ahead and hear a bit from Pumps and Jennifer. And yeah, let me go ahead and get this all set up real quick, y'all. We'll listen to it together, and then, you know, I'll meet y'all in the chat. So let's go ahead and get right into it. I'll see y'all in a bit.
Donald Trump and Melania Trump are emotionally incapable and disqualified of being in the seats that they're in. These people are thin-skinned, emotionally stunted, narcissists to their core. They cannot handle comedians in a free country. And so after this shooting, you would think the country would be talking about gun violence and mental health issues and healthcare. No. Melania has gone on Twitter, as I spoke with Jim Acosta about yesterday, in a stage 5 meltdown, demanding that Jimmy Kimmel be fired. And Jimmy Kimmel made a joke, a trope that has been going around for decades about a trophy wife who marries for money being somewhat excited when the old man kicks the bucket. This is not new. This is comedy. She is the aforementioned trophy wife. They don't even sleep in the same bedroom. For God's sake, we've all seen the video of her slapping his hand. She cannot stand the guy. But nonetheless, any moment to be a victim, the Trumps are like, we're right here. And then they have these army of titty babies. I mean, the weakest, most emotionally stunted people on the planet. But Jimmy Kimmel comes back last night, and here's his reaction. Play the clip.
10 roasts. I said, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at her, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow, which obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not by any stretch of the definition a call to assassination, and they know that. I've been very vocal for many years speaking out against gun violence in particular, but I understand that the First Lady had a stressful experience over the weekend, and probably every weekend is pretty stressful in that house. And also, I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it, because
that's exactly right. Her husband calls for the extermination of an entire civilization. Her husband calls Democrats the enemy from within, vermin. They call peaceful protesters terrorists. I mean, these people are such titty babies, pumps.
You know, here's the thing. When I saw Melania's meltdown about this, I'm like, this obviously hit really close to home because she's throwing such a fit about it. It's like, thou dost protest too much. I immediately thought, oh my gosh, that's what she's thinking all the time. Or why would she get so mad? It's such an innocuous joke.
Yeah. And I mean, and it's such a tell that they freak out like this. It's such a reveal that they get so defensive about it. All right. And then here is a montage of Trump's attacks, the violent rhetoric that the president of the United States has been using for over a decade. Play the clip.
Indeed, the enemy from within. But this is who we're fighting. We will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country.
The Democrats are sick. There's something wrong. They're like terrorists.
The ultra-left-wing liars, losers, creeps, perverts, and freaks who are devouring the future of this state like a swarm of locusts.
The radical left, the Marxists, the anarchists, the agitators, the looters.
Kamala is mentally impaired. Joe Biden became mentally impaired.
All right. So, I mean, as you can see, it's just nonstop from these people. And this is the same administration that over the weekend I read a report, they want to bring back firing squads in the electric chair. And I just want to point out that their policies are inherently terroristic. For example, our home state of Oklahoma imposes legal restrictions on women's reproductive freedom. And that means that if your daughter or you or your sister or your aunt or your mother are raped, which is a total act of violence, and should you have a pregnancy at that point, you no longer have freedom. That is an act of terror by MAGA. Say it with me. MAGA is the anti-family death cult. All of their policies lead to death. These people are thin-skinned, and Melania Trump and Donald Trump are too emotionally stunted and immature to be in these seats in the office.
Well, and also with Melania, is it a total lack of self-awareness that her
Yes.
do you think it's just lack of self-awareness? She just doesn't get it?
I think these people do not have the ability to have an open mind. They're so narcissistic. They only see everything from their lens. Like, it's okay for Trump to do these things. It's okay for him to say these things because we're right, because we're different. And I just think these are mentally ill, emotionally stunted idiots. I mean, truly, I do. It's just objectively false for anybody to get on television right now and say the Democrats' rhetoric. Here's the thing: the Trump regime is somewhat communistic.
All right, y'all. So just for a quick comment break. So Imani, if you're there as well, what do you think about this, child? You know that me and you, we love Bumps and Jennifer, child. We love I Had It. And so what do you think about some of the things that they're saying? Like, because a lot of the time when they be talking, I'll be like, yo, so spot on. I agree. Like, it would be so fun to like have a conversation with them. I promise you. Because I really agree with a lot of the things that they say. What are some of your thoughts and feelings on this so far?
Well, in the first place, Melania was triggered by that joke because that is her life. The second thing is, it is one of the oldest jokes since time. And, the reaction was ridiculous. You could have ignored it. You could have laughed it off. But no, your reaction is fire the comedian. It's ironic because, if you were to sack all the late night comedians, half of the people in Hollywood would need a new job or a new career. It's ridiculous to think that a joke, and that was a light joke, could cause such a reaction. I personally think she was really triggered. It's a joke. It's not a threat. And like he said, if we're talking about dangerous rhetoric, she needs to just look right at home and see. It's the hypocrisy for me. They can, one rule for thee, but not for me. They can say anything they want to about anybody. I believe there were, very many offensive jokes were made. I mean, sorry, let's just talk about the monkey pictures of the Obamas. Let's talk about all the stuff about Indians, about Kamala. Let's
Thank
talk
you.
about the Joe Biden jokes about his age and the slowness. And
Thank you.
as soon as it's pointed at them, they can't take it. It's
They can't
ridiculous.
handle it. You can dish it, but you can't take it, And it's
Yeah.
like for some of these people, that's how you have to combat these things. Sometimes you have to give these people a dose of their own medicine. And when you do, it's like, oh, you can't take it. The same thing, child, about like when you out in the streets and stuff like that, child, you get into a fight, you can't get mad because somebody wants to initiate a fight with you. They throw the first punch, they hit you, and it's like, that stung a little bit. And then when you hit them back, it's a TKO. Don't get mad that when you hit somebody, when they hit you back, they just hit a little bit or swing a little bit harder than you do. And these people can't handle it. It shows that they're very fickle. And so if you're going to be a fickle person like that, get out the ring. Don't get into the fight in the first place. Because when you get that TKO, don't be out here now trying to make, excuses on all of these, dramatic reasons as to why, these things are being said about you. And, oh God, now you're playing the victim. And it's just like, no, you out here weaponizing, things against other people, hurting and harming other people. And then when they swing back at you, you can't handle the swing back. You know what I'm saying? Like that's always been very weird to me. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, oh, and then also we have to speak on that fact that, she came out and she thought she was going to do her big one, right? Recently, when she made that speech that she did, right? She thought that was going to stick real hard. You know what I'm saying? She thought she was doing something with that, but it actually backfired in her face, which I do think alludes to a lot of some of this backlash she's getting as well. on top of the fact of her just being what it is actually the people say she is. Like, ma'am, you're a mail in order bride, you're a gold digger, you're with this man is very clear because of the money and the stature and what it brings to you. You're not attracted to him, you don't like him. Anybody can see that from a mile away. And so when the truth gets put in your face, why are you getting upset? You know that's the truth. You know that's how you feel. You know that's how you move and operate. So when it just gets, put out there that this is literally what you are, ma'am, and that boring documentary did nothing for you because nobody cared. Nobody cared. They tried to watch it. People said they were falling asleep. They thought they was going up to see the creator because it was just so boring. You know what I mean? So it's just like, ma'am, you're not interesting, not one bit. You're trying to be, and you're trying to have all these businesses and these great things that you're doing all for the backs of being in close proximity to this man who just happens to be yet again our president again and have a few shillings or bucks in his pocket. But outside of that, who are you? What do you do? And why should we care? And if we say that, don't get upset because you're not interesting. Do you agree with that, Imani? These people are not interesting. You're not interesting in life. Why should we care about you? You know what I'm saying? Like, and not to say care about you as far as like your well-being and stuff like that. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying like, what role do you really hold? What excitement do you really have in your life? Who are you? What do you do? What are you fun? What are you known for? You're not fun. You're not interesting. You're not talented. You're not none of those things. And so if we don't care about whatever it is that you're selling or whatever it is you're trying to talk about because you're boring and we don't understand what is the point of you being around, then don't get upset about that. You're boring, ma'am. We don't care. We really don't care. Your only claim to fame is that what? You're married to a Donald Trump? Well, guess what? We don't like him either. So, I mean, what do you think is going to come from that? What do you think comes with that? You think that you're the likable one and he's the dislikable one? We don't like either one of you, really, because neither one of you bring anything good to the table. Neither one of you are interesting. Neither one of you are any of those things. And that's what a lot of people feel. And if they're just going to be honest about their feelings towards both of y'all, don't get upset, period. I don't understand why you're upset because you're boring. And we see it for what it is. You're a mail-in bride. You're a gold digger. You're with him for the status. You're with him for the little piece of shilling and money that he got, that he keeps scamming and ripping off of other people and taxpayer dollars. And you're addicted to the lifestyle that you're able to live because of the scamming and the hustling and the rip-offs that he does. And you benefit from that. And that's all you're about. Outside of that, what are you about? What are you really doing? What are you doing? That's how I feel. What do you think, Imani?
Yeah, I agree with you. Totally. I agree with you totally. I mean, if you can't take a joke, it really does point to all the things we've been talking about. It's freedom of speech, political satire, and how you receive criticism in public life. That's it, really.
Right. And you got to think, like, if this is how you live your life, if this is your only claim to fame, you really have nothing else really going for yourself outside of these things. Why are you upset about the criticism? That's all you're offering. So what you offer gets criticized and judged. And that's what people have been doing, seeing exactly what it is that you've offered and that you do offer as being what? First lady, being Melania, whoever it is you are, ma'am. You're not interesting. You're boring. We see you. We see the play. We know how you move and how you operate and exactly why you're doing it. And it's embarrassing to you. And you know it's embarrassing to you. It's embarrassing to you to be married to a man like that because we know you're clearly not attracted to him. We know exactly why it is that you're with him because of the benefits that you think can come out of it for you. So we know what type of person you are. You'll do anything, right, to get those benefits and have that lifestyle and that, title and that prestige and all of those things. You're that type of girl. And we see that you're that type of girl. Own it. Own it. If you're a gold digger, own it. Okay? But what are you mad at us for? Because that's how you move and operate in your life. Don't be mad at us because that's what you chose to do with your life. When you probably could have opportunities to do more and be better and be greater. But that it takes too much work. It's too easy to, be a mail-in bride for a disgusting creep, right? So just be his mail-in bride, pretend like y'all in a happy marriage, keep spending his dollars and his money that he keeps ciphering and stealing from other people because he's a scammer and a criminal, allegedly. But the proof and the evidence is out there of that. Play your role, girl. Play your role, play your position, and stop getting upset. Stop getting upset. Like, one thing I can respect about individuals that move and operate that way is when they can stand 10 toes down in it. Like, they'll be straight up about it. Yeah, I'm a prostitute. Yeah, I'm a stripper. Yeah, I'm a gold digger. Yep, I'm all of those things. And I enjoy it, and I'm going to keep doing it, and that's what I chose to do. I can respect somebody who says something like that because at least they're being honest. You know what I mean? Like, what you think?
Yeah, I hear you. I just think they're just so overly sensitive about everything. But listen, Golden, I've got to go and take a call. I will be back before the close. But
I only got one more video left with Candace Owens and Reese Waters. So that's the last one. So
yeah, I'll be back.
Okay. I'll see you when you come back. Bye-bye. But yeah, let's listen to a little bit more from Pumps and Jennifer because they be cracking me up for real. And they're like me. They just keep it real. They're not holding their tongue. They tell it the way it is. All right, let's get back into it, and I'll be in the chat.
They're the ones who are we're going to buy this airline and take it over, and then the government's taking this over and that over. They're supposed to be the small government people. It's a total crime syndicate. He is a fascist. He is an authoritarian. And here is their chief propagandist, Caroline Leavitt, blaming the Democrats for the gun situation at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Play the clip.
Whether you're on television, a podcast host, people listen. And when you have mentally disturbed individuals across the country who are listening to this crazed rhetoric about the president day after day after day, it inspires them to do crazy things. And unfortunately, it's not just the media. It is the entire Democrat Party has made their pitch to voters across the country that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to democracy, that he does. Fascist.
Right, he is.
Hitler. I mean, these are
Vice President Vance did that. Okay, stop. I've heard enough. His own vice president called him Hitler. For God's sake, this is such an effort to suppress free speech because they know, history knows, everybody knows he is all of these things. And we're going to continue to say it. But if you want to listen to podcasters, I recommend that Caroline Leavitt go take a dabble and listen to the podcast that the pastor of Pete Hegseth goes on. Go listen to MAGA pastor Joel Webbin. Go listen to these people. Go listen to what they say in podcasts. Go listen to an Oklahoma City employee who, as a side hustle, is a Baptist preacher who calls for the execution of homosexuals. Go listen to the violent rhetoric about women. It's obscene. It is inherently violent. Your own boss at his rallies is always like, well, we need cops that'll rough them up and all of this provocative language. I want to be crystal clear. I don't want anybody in MAGA to die. I don't want to go to dinner with you. I don't want to sit down and have a beer with you. I want you to have health care. But I don't want the president, I don't want Melania to fall prey to violence. I oppose the mass weapons and easy to get guns that are all over the country. It is a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. And you have no credibility because you don't give a shit when little kids die at school. You couldn't care less.
Well, it's just she came back from maternity leave to deliver that. And I thought, is that because she can sit there and lie with a straight face? I'm so tired of everybody's a victim of the Democrats and the rhetoric. Shut up. The rhetoric starts at the top. We all know it. Stop gaslighting. To sit there and act like this is a problem on the other side without acknowledging it comes from the top, it's a waste of space. It's a waste of air. Her voice is just like wah, 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 wah.
Okay. And then, of course, Lara Trump, she's kind of a fascinating case. She's like a singer and
a bad singer.
She's married to Dumber. I mean, out of Dumb and Dumber, she's married to Dumber of the Sons, and she's always on Fox. I think she might even have a show on Fox. She does. But here she is talking about this. Play the clip.
People absolutely need to come out and unequivocally state that Donald Trump was elected as the president of the United States, that he is not a tyrant, he is not a dictator, he is not authoritarian in what he does. I was highly...
he is all of those things.
He's all of those things.
He is every single one of those things, objectively. And he demonstrates being a tyrant and pitching fits all the time. After this dust up, this shooting, I mean, whatever it was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, he doesn't come out and talk about gun violence like a little tyrant. He says, this is why I need my ballroom. And then all of these beta males and all of these paid MAGA influencers, like, yeah, this is why he needs his
Exactly. Oh my God. Thank you, Jennifer. Because that's the whole thing. Like, and he's supposed to be what? Like the president of peace, the president of ending wars, the president of boop, 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 whatever it is he lies and claims to be. Right. So if something like that goes down, and these are all things that you stand for and you ran for and you talked about, then why wouldn't that be the first thing you bring up? Like, oh, gun violence. We need to do something about gun violence. He didn't care about no gun violence. And then to turn around and see that now is all the talking and rhetoric around, I need this ballroom. I need this ballroom. I need this ballroom. What does that ballroom come equipped with? Like, how is that going to help and aid you against a situation like that happened? Right? Like, what is the purpose of that ballroom in comparison to what that situation was and how that could have been dangerous for people if it was real, which allegedly they're saying was staged and wasn't real. We can't be sure. I'm saying allegedly. I'm going to look into it further, and y'all know y'all get that information from me once I get it. But like, yeah, you're not talking about we need more peace, we need more safety, we need to get, better gun violence regulations and stuff like that. You're not talking about that. You're talking about, oh my God, this situation happened all because my ballroom, I need my ballroom. If I had my ballroom, this wouldn't have happened because the ballroom is going to prevent things like this from happening. So what exactly goes down in that ballroom? What do y'all have in that ballroom or going to put in that ballroom so these type of things don't happen? I just want to know, like, what's in the ballroom? What does the ballroom come equipped with so these type of things don't happen? I need my ballroom. If I had my ballroom, now this would happen if I had my ballroom. This is why we need to have the ballroom. Can we hurry up and please get the ballroom so this doesn't happen again? We need the ballroom. A ballroom. What is a ballroom going to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I know I sound totally ridiculous and crazy, but I sound because I'm mocking how they sound. They sound totally ridiculous and crazy. That's the first thing that you can keep crying and complaining about after a situation like that pops off and happens. You're going to say, see, this is exactly why we need the bomb room. And if we would have had the bomb room, and if the bomb room was done and a better timing, we would have had the ballroom and none of this wouldn't happen because we got the ballroom and the ballroom. What is in that ballroom? What is that ballroom becoming equipped with? So those type of things don't happen, right? Because let's just say it was real and it was serious, right? For people and their lives and their safety and all of that stuff. What is this ballroom going to do to prevent those things from happening? I thought you're supposed to have a very high and powerful security detail. So despite the fact you got the ballroom or not, What about security? Where is security? Security. Does anybody have security? Y'all know who he got for his security? He got Otis from Martin. That's the security guard that he got in his administration that's helping to keep people safe. Otis. Y'all know Otis. Y'all know Otis. Oh, Otis. Yeah, he got old Otis. Okay, from Martin. That's his security detail. Otis from Martin. Like, bro, it don't matter if you got a ballroom or not. What is your security detail? How is this happening if it's a serious offense? And like I said, allegedly, what the people said is it's staged. It's staged and it's fake and it's phony. And it's like, can you stop staging attacks on yourself? Why are you doing that? Like, what is that? What do you want to make yourself look like? Are you supposed to be James Bond, Golden Hour, or something like that? Like, who do you think you are? These people are. Child, I know a lot of people don't care if they don't like you, but it's just like, you really think you cool by doing this type of stuff, don't you? It really makes you look like the cool guy in school. This is Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Like, come on, brother. And I need the ballroom, and we have the ballroom, and this is why we need the ballroom. And once we get the ballroom, then these things will not happen. Are they even happening anyway? Come on. I'm so tired of it. I am so tired of it. But let's play a little bit more from Pumps and Jennifer. And then we cut it a little short. And I hate to do it because I love my girls. But I got to go ahead and we're going to tap into a little bit of Reese, right? And leave it with a little bit of comedy for the exit of the live, y'all. And Reese is going to be breaking down some things, you know, when it comes to Candace Owens again. But I love me some Reese. He's hilarious. He's really hilarious. If y'all have not checked him out, y'all got to check him out. You have got to check him out. Reese is funny. And one of the things is he's funny, but he's also professional. He's very classy at the same time. Like, he's just got the perfect mixture of everything. Like, I love that. I love people like that. Classy, professional, but also hilarious at the same time. So anyway, let's listen to a little bit more from Pumps and Jennifer, and then we'll get into Reese. He's going to be speaking on some things about Candace Owens, child. So we'll get into that in just a minute.
Ballroom. He needs his ballroom now. And that's all. He's laser focused on his arch, his ballroom. It's the most bizarre stuff on the planet. But the reason they're trying to say, don't call us Nazis, don't call us fascists, don't call us authoritarians, is because they are. Objectively, right. That's what they are. And then you might remember from the night of the shooting, the incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the Katie Miller was put in front of her husband, Stephen Miller, you know, known alpha male extraordinaire. And he's behind her, crouching down. He's not very tall. So he's like behind his wife. Now, if he wasn't using her as a shield and it was something private between the two of them and they were whisked to safety, you would never talk about it again. But Katie Miller says, hold my beer. I want to defend my husband, the biggest pussy in government, Stephen Miller. Play the clip.
So my dear husband lifts me up, and Brian, who's our detail, says to Stephen, you know, she goes first. And so I went first because the threat was behind us. And so what everyone sees is my husband maybe coughing a feel. But what I would say is that he wasn't going to put his hands on my stomach because that's where our baby is. Yeah. And so he just moved his hands upward. And of course, you don't notice that in the moment. And later that night, I see it on X. And there's this like very funny post. And I look at Stephen and I was like, did you really need to do that? And he's like, what?
I mean, it's just a real knee slapper. But the fact that she felt like she needed to address.
It's the way the correspondent said, Copperfield on the way out of the ballroom. It sounds like how I would have said it. And like her voice almost sounds similar to mine. Copperfield on the way out of the ballroom. Like, what is going on with this daggone ballroom, child? they would act like this is like the bunker of all time or something. This ballroom that he's trying to make. Like, is this supposed to be like the 2026 like Tesla like high? You know what I'm saying? What type of ballroom is this that you trying to make, bro? I don't understand about this ballroom. Everything is about the ballroom. I cannot.
That he wasn't using her as a shield tells you 100% he was using her as a shield. Otherwise, you would never address it, ever. You don't have to come out and defend the truth. But I just also want to point out that Katie Miller is the woman who says that teen pregnancy in the United States has declined, and that's a huge problem. She also has picked a fight with Miss Rachel. So in the one hand, you have Katie Miller, who is all about people need to breed and we need to have families and women need to quit being so career oriented. And on the other hand, she's launched a podcast in the throes of a pregnancy, and she's picking a fight with the biggest child advocate on the planet, Miss Rachel. And I guarantee you, the Miller's kids, probably when their parents are gone, because they both work full time, which is fine. I have no issue with that. And they're sitting at home with the nanny on their military house, on a military base, because Steve Miller's.
All right, y'all. So like I said, I got to cut that short, okay? Because I got to move on. I got to get the Reese. And it's almost going on 4 hours, child. My mama's been so gracious. She's been keeping my son in there, and they've been in there playing and stuff, child, so I could do this, without too many interruptions and stuff. But yeah, these are just some really, really good topics that I wanted to bring to this live today. And a lot of it is, some of it is funny, some of it is serious, good conversations for us to have. But just something very entertaining to bring to you all, but also educational as well. So now we're going to move on, and we're going to get into our next video. And so the next video that I'm going to be playing for you all is from Reese Waters, like I said. And there's some talks going on yet again around Candace Owens. So let me go ahead and give you all a little quick synopsis of what's going on with that. So Candace Owens, once a leading voice for Black MAGA, is facing a period of public friction with the current administration. So disagreements over foreign policy and internal movement dynamics have led to a visible shifting alignment, it seems like, right? So some analysts question if she remains the future of the movement when it comes to MAGA, or is carving out an independent path of her own. So Owens' current trajectory suggests a fracturing of the unified conservative front as an internal ideological debate intensifies, right? So some of the things that she's saying and she's standing for, it's got a little people on the fence, right? As far as like, okay, well, we thought we were very clear, like what side she was on and what she stands for. But now it just seems that she is all over the place. Well, I've always seen that she's all over the place. And I think she moves with the groove. And we know that she is heavily embedded in social media, right? And YouTube as a content creator. And so, I just feel like, come on, put two and two together. Despite her activism and her political, standpoints and, sides that she takes, I think that she sees that there is a lot of, benefit or money coming in from the content that she makes. And sometimes when I think you are a content creator, some content creators choose to shift and move in different directions to keep up with algorithms, keep up with trends, and give the people what it is that they want, maybe be less hated, maybe feel more protected, whatever it is it may be. People shift up, they switch up, they flip up, and they do it sometimes overnight, right? So there's a lot of talks about, it seems like she kind of switching it up, flipping it up. So we can't be sure, but let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and listen to some of this commentary real quick, right, from Reese, and let's get into it. Let's find out what's really going on over there right now with Candace Owens, y'all. So I'm gonna meet y'all in the chat. Let's get into the video.
Yo, free grift giveaway. Come get it. Run around the block here for the free grift giveaway. Y'all got any more that grift?
I think what she meant by when she had on the White Lives Matter tee, I think she's talking about the stuff around. I think that's what she was talking about. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we could build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you see any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Now today, no, Candace. No, we're not taking suggestions from you. No, we saw what you posted. Vile person of the year. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. What you mean that's you?
Want to save $1,000 guaranteed? Switch 4 mobile lines to Spectrum and we'll give
That is you, ain't it? I ain't recognize you, Candace, with the do-rag on. I ain't recognize you thugging it out, Candace. You want that stuff? From Donald Trump, Candace Owens' stock, which was never very high, has fallen a long way. Her attack on the First Lady of France is despicable. I believe in this case, without verification, she is an extremely low IQ individual.
There will be some shots fired tonight.
Trump. If we didn't think you had dementia before, your low IQ is what you use for black people. Now you just dropping it on Candace Owens. You're not even trying. Did you run that tweet by anybody before you drop low IQ? Come on, man. Come on. And then going to turn around and post, in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our differences peacefully. And of course, we knew not to take that seriously because you had already posted about a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again.
But there will be some shots fired tonight.
See, Trump, this why ain't nobody go with the correspondence dinner thing. This why ain't nobody go with it. Well, of course, and also the whole bit about the ballroom.
So last week, I told you guys that all of MAGA is paid and they coordinate their messaging in lockstep via group chats. And what do you know? All of these people came to the conclusion that after they saw what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, their first thought was all independently, Trump needs his ballroom. The statistical likelihood of this happening in a vacuum, if we are to stipulate that these people are not coordinated, the statistical likelihood of this happening, that they all came to the same conclusion, not probable, okay? I think it's also important to note that one of the main group chats in which they coordinate this messaging is literally called Fight, Fight, Fight after the attempt on Trump's life in Butler. Okay, and this has the official Trump war room, members of the administration, including James Blair, and all your favorite MAGA influencers. And I would log on and show you more of these messages, but I can't log on to Twitter because they're suing me for $75,000.
And there was a whole situation about the cameraman. Cameraman was just chilling, wasn't he? Did y'all get Maury's cameraman? Because, hey, Maury's cameraman, that's the highest level of cameraman is Maury's cameraman. They get everything. It don't matter what's going on. They better than war zones. And in fact, they actually do be in war zones. What be going on the Maury stage. I'm hoping that, I work with my channel and build it up to one day I could afford a Maury cameraman. Like y'all had.
You are not.
Man, the way this girl was fumbling and bumbling and rumbling and screaming had me in tears. And then bro celebrated by hitting the worst nay ever.
Let me see this tweet again. Vile person of the year, Candace Owens, lies, uses rich white men, 0% fact check ratio on all credible fact checking sites, and protects offenders. Somebody posted this about you first, didn't they? You stole somebody meme. Tell the truth. You stole somebody meme. Talk about protect offenders. Come on. Why would you even include that on the meme and not think that's where everybody gonna go with it? But touche on the uses rich white men. Because rich men of every other color can get it. You know what I mean? Rich men of every other color are free to get got. It's the using of the rich white man that is a problem. Say what now? I got lotion in the shot.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
See, that's why I need a Maury cameraman. A Maury cameraman would have got me straight before we started.
You are not the father. Keep on with it. Yeah, keep on with it. Go. Yeah. I can't keep on with it. That's how you keep on with it. That's how you do it, baby.
6 reasons you need to get your pet official ESA approved. With Support Pets, getting your 4-legged best friend ESA approved.
Hey, somebody tell Alex Jones to put his shirt back on, because Trump back on the offensive, and Candace Owens needs somebody to get her back.
They try to silence you, then they misrepresent who you are. They're body snatchers. They're skinwalkers. They literally take your skin. This is going to backfire big time, folks.
Oh, here he come. Here come. Is that Alex Jones? Alex Jones on his way to rescue Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. Hey, Alex Jones, don't be mad. Hey, at least you had a shirt on in the meme. The meme is better than what real life is looking like for you right now, Alex Jones, if we're being honest.
There will be some shots fired tonight.
And it looked like he'd been in the gym. So you got that going for you as well. Candace, my bad. I assumed when I saw something that anti-black and race, I assumed that you had posted that, but no, some people did have your back. From Carrie Prejean Bowler, imagine sitting in the most powerful office in the world and being consumed by one woman who refuses to bow down to you because she won't call you king. President Trump is dangerously obsessed with Candace Owens. First, you depicted yourself as Jesus Christ, and now you're posting a depiction of Candace Owens as a beat-up, badly injured woman. It's absolutely disgraceful. You have become a vile, despicable person, and the world sees it. You either have the lowest IQ of any president to ever live, deeply compromised, or just pure evil. Maybe all three. I was about to say, that's a terrible SAT question. You could just accept anything, any combination of those, for sure. From Marjorie Taylor Greene, President Trump hates women he can't control who don't worship him, women who actually worship God and are much more intelligent than he is, women like Candace Owens. And regardless of your thoughts on Candace Owens, this is vile. Yes, some people did have your back. But unfortunately, Candace, the North remembers. And by the North, I mean Black people and people with operable brains. We all remember. Candace Owens helped build the MAGA machine, and now she's getting steamrolled by it. I really love this for her.
There will be some shots fired tonight.
Candy's someone who got in bed with Trump and the white supremacist movement, and now they're attacking her. We wish her the best, but we in the Black community will not defend her. This is the same woman who will justify a police murder and torture against Black Americans. She was a foot soldier for the movement. The MAGA cult Candace Owens is getting a reality check. Donald Trump turned on her in a vicious way. She's ugly, she's dumb, she's low IQ. This is the same woman who justified race soldiers killing Breonna Taylor and George Floyd and so many other Black Americans. She raised money for race soldiers when they murdered Black people, and she helped to demonize the Black community. They can never be redemption for me and my family for Candace Owens. She can go to hell with the white supremacists that she was in bed with. Hey, Candace, was you in bed with the... Oh, it was a turn of phrase. Okay, I got you. I got it. Okay, at first I thought they were re-raising all the Charlie Kirk stuff. Okay, that's my bad. Now, here's the interesting thing. Everybody's right. Everybody's right. Guess what? Candace Owens could have brought so much of this on herself through her own amplification of white supremacy going back years, and Trump can be an irredeemable racist. Like, you know, imagine that.
So President Trump posted this image of Candace Owens here. And I want to be clear about something. I'm not defending Candace Owens. Far from it. I think Candace Owens is a maniac, psychotic, vile, bigoted little gremlin. You know, I got plenty of words for Candace Owens. But this image is still incredibly racist. And attached to the image is, of course, a post where the president calls her a low IQ individual. And I don't know if you've noticed this, but low IQ individual is the president's term for basically all Black people, Black women in particular. If he's going after a Black person, he is calling them a low IQ individual. You got to hear it. When you read it, you ought to hear it with a hard R attached. And it's just crazy to me on a very fundamental level that the president of the United States, on an almost daily basis, right, engages in the worst kind of gutter racism. You know, the president of the United States openly expressing his belief in the biological inferiority of tens of millions of Americans. It's really disgusting. It's not really a story. People kind of take it for granted. And like so much that people take for granted about this era, it drives me crazy and it makes me crazy that people do take it for granted. Like, what do you mean you don't think this is a big story? Way back when Obama was running for office and he said that, you know, rural working class voters get bitter and cling to their guns and religion. That was like a weeks-long scandal. And was he wrong? Back in 2016, when Hillary Clinton referred to half of Trump's supporters as deplorables, that was also a big scandal. Was she wrong? But here we have the actual president describing Black people pretty much collectively as low IQ. And it's crickets. It's crickets. Unbelievable.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI.
Two things can be true. It's entirely acceptable to say Candace Owens is a horrible person and anti-Semite and part of the always grifting right. It's also acceptable to recognize that this mock-up is, yes, a vile depiction of Owens, trafficking in classic racist and misogynistic tropes of Black women, uses rich white men. Nice touch there. I say it is below the president of the United States, but that train left the station a long time ago. That train sure did leave the station. Just like Trump's care and concern for the working class. I focused on the white part of rich white men, but how about the rich part of rich white men? He don't care about him grifting y'all neither, Magas. Rich white men. All right. Now how did all this start? White lives matter. No, I know about that. I know about how this all started with Candace individually. I just mean, like, how did all of this, like this particular dust up?
And for some reason, there's a lot of people that are really afraid of this nappy-headed black bitch who just has a lot to say, but not really a lot to offer. So I'm not afraid of Candace Owens, and I'm happy to match her energy. I'm happy to wrestle in the mud with that bitch and, you know, roll around and hurl insults back and forth with her if that's what she wants to do. I'm not afraid of Candace Owens. There's really honestly nothing that this woman can do to me. There's nothing that Candace Owens can say about me that's going to harm me.
Now, she's right about that. She's right about that. I'm pretty sure at this point she cannot feel pain, at least not in her face. She won't feel a thing no matter what happens. So it makes perfect sense that she wouldn't be afraid. I don't know how comfortable I am living in a world where Laura Loomer's talking about the way somebody looks. I don't. That's why this is a tough one. I don't want to. What I'm going to teach my kids? If they know I sat here and watched Laura Loomer talk about the way somebody looked? Come on, man. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Candace Owens is a liar, okay? And she's a deeply insecure woman who is very unloved at the end of the day. This is a woman who is allegedly in a relationship with a gay man who is always going to feel the rejection of her family, the rejection of her mother, the rejection of her family that she claims left her alone when she was 14 years old.
Laura Loomer, did your family not send you to them people? Huh? Are you allowed to own guns? Did your family not send you to them people and now you're not allowed to own guns? And you want to talk about somebody's relationship with their family? Man, you know what I mean? Come on, dog. I can't. I know I'm not supposed to be defending Candace, but come on. And Byron, this is who had your back when it came to James Fishback dragging you. This is who called out your racism. Nappy-headed black B. Is that how y'all talk in your home? These are the people Candace spent her whole life telling us not racist. Now they finna show her. Hey, shout out to you on your use of finna. What part of South Carolina are you from? I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, no, I got family in Clarendon County. That is true. That is a clear fact that these are the people that she has collected on the course of her right-wing grift. Another thing that is true is that this playbook is all too familiar.
I would say amen to that. This playbook is very much all too familiar, right? Okay, so what do we have here when it comes to Candace? All right, we've been going back and forth with Candace. We've been trying to decide, do we support her? Do we give her a shot? Is she out? Is she in? Some moments it's like she's in and she's doing and saying great things for the cause. And some moments it's like, wait a second. You know what I mean? You got to pump your brakes real hard, you know, like you're about to get into an accident. Like you got to hit them that hard when it comes to Candace. And it's just like, I don't really fully understand it myself. You know what I mean? Like we understand that people do that side shuffle, you know, that shuck job type of dance and stuff like that, you know, and we understand that there are people that's like, you know, they want to keep one side on both sides because they know that they can equally grift and benefit from being on both sides of the fence. So you want to grift and benefit by having black people or, you know what I mean, urban people, whatever, on your side, right? And then you also want to benefit from having these MAGAs and these nasty work racist people on your side, right? because it doesn't matter really what you stand for and what you're speaking about. It matters the support that you have, because that's what's going to bring you your numbers, your money, and all of the things that's beneficial to you. And again, this is allegedly, and this is just Golden speaking. Golden. Okay, this is what I feel, my thoughts and my opinion that I get to have. And so when it comes to Candace, I often see that it seems like she straddles the fence a lot. I think that she wants to be down with the Black community and Black people, and she makes it seem as though that's what she's fighting for, that's what she's standing for, and that's what side she's on. But we also see that she says things and does things and aligns herself with people who are not necessarily individuals that you probably should align yourself with at all, because of how they speak, how they think, and how they carry themselves, right? And it's like, there are times where you get to know people for the first time and you don't really fully know who that person is and what they stand for and how they really move and operate. And then there's times when you very much well get to know that person well, and you know what they stand for and how they move and they operate and how they talk. And you continue to put yourself around those people and things like that. So, you know, when it comes to Candace, I think a lot of people feel that way about her. Like, on one token, it's like you want to say things that sound good when it comes to fighting a good fight, right, for the Black community and Black rights, the Black cause. But then it's always very clear as well that you equally want to keep your seat and your position over there with them that don't really necessarily care about or for Black people, their cause, their struggles, or any of their issues. So it gives very much like, I don't know, you're straddling the fence, right? Now, there's one thing. Are you checking these people? Like, are you checking them? Are you having conversations? Are you letting them know that the things that they do and say is not okay? Like, they can't rock and roll like that. Like, that's very much a problem. And that, like, you may be one of the ones that's like, look, I'm not one of the ones that's gonna hop right off the fence and just pop, 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 pop. You know what I mean? With maybe fists or insults. I'm gonna try to give you fair warning, like, yo, this ain't it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might need to shut this down because this ain't the way to go. Or are you very much laughing along and like, yo, this is okay, this is cool, yes, yes, yes. All of this is to be accepted and expected, and you love every minute of it when it happens. You know, it's like the clutching the pearls, hee hee ha ha laugh when you're in the room and around the group of people, because that's your people, that's your set at that time, right? And so you'll throw your people under the bus, you'll laugh at your people, also you can sit and, you know, be in on the joke with the individuals that you actually prefer to sit with. But then you know that you need some street cred, you know, like Kendrick Lamar said. So because you know you need some street cred and you want to be down with your people in your community, then you try to speak up and have all of this like fake outrage when it comes to that, to make it seem like you down with your people, with your community. But which one is it? That's what they're really trying to, I think, understand when it comes to Candace, because we can't be sure who she has more loyalty to. It's very confusing because one minute she's on one side, the next minute she's on the other side. And it depends on what benefits her at the time, right? So I don't know. If you don't know, that's one thing. I get that. Everybody has to get to know somebody. Everybody has to find out who somebody really is, how they move, and they operate. And then once you find that out, you make decisions accordingly based off of what you found out. But when it comes to Candace, she very well knows, but she still plays both sides. And so, I don't know. Some people have an issue with her when it comes to that. You know what I mean? And they side-eye her and they question, like, are you really for your people and down for the cause? Or are you just doing that because you know you want their support and you don't want to be on the other side of them dragging you and turning against you? So you're trying to keep like a neutral foot, but some of the things that you're remaining to be neutral with is heavily dangerous, right? Dangerous and disrespectful to Black people in the community. So I don't know. That's what they said. They're saying, y'all let me know what y'all think. Let's keep going. We're almost done here, y'all, promise.
And it's that familiarity that empties any meaning behind these attacks. Only 70,000 swing state votes handed Trump the election. He would have never won without Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, or Megyn Kelly. And MAGA thinks Trump cares about them and their one vote. That is correct. They have all been brought under the low IQ banner. So help me understand this, Laura Loomer and Trump, whoever else is still on board. Help me try and understand this. So the litany of people who elevated you to get to this point, their criticism renders them now low IQ. But apparently that had lied dormant until what? November of 2025. People of all ages from all strata of society all of a sudden had this burgeoning low IQ that hit last winter. And I'm supposed to take you seriously? Like Laura Loomer talking about somebody's family relationships or the way somebody look. That's how this, that's what this is all given. And then let me go ahead and bring Black MAGA. Black MAGA, come on down. Come on down. Nappy-headed Black B. Huh? Nappy-headed Black B had her with a whole do-rag. Low IQ. What's your future looking like?
First of all, stop calling me Uncle Tom. It's Uncle Wes.
He said it, not me.
You know, Laura Loomer been exposing Candace Owens hard. We found out that Candace Owens hired a Zionist Jewish lawyer. Candace Owens isn't streaming tonight. She just announced to her fans, oh, sorry, I didn't tell y'all. I'm going on a family trip. I ain't streaming tonight. I wonder why. Because that sounds like something I would say if my lawyer just dropped me from the case. I thought you hated the Jews. I thought you hated Zionists. But you need them to bail you out. Well, Laura Loomer exposed it and he dropped your ass.
Meanwhile,
snappy-headed Black bitch.
These people can't be helped. I told you they can't be helped. Ain't no point. Y'all got it. Y'all have got it 1,000%, because you looking at somebody that's put in so much more white supremacy work than they could even think of, getting accused of hating white people. They sat there and saw that whole thing.
See, this is really hard for me to admit, but I have not recognized the girl in my mirror since becoming a mom. I don't hate my body. I just don't know how to.
I'm done. Do you see the pattern? All these women have been victims of Candace Owens. Hashtag Candace Owens. Hashtag racist. And somehow think that they might fare better. I ask myself sometimes how some historical events could have happened. How would that have made sense to the people that were there? Weren't there people to prevent it? And then we get Black MAGA, who always have an excuse for everything. Trump called Omarosa a dog after she got fired from the White House. He didn't acknowledge the first Black Republican Congresswoman, Mia Love, after she died from cancer. He abandoned Mark Robinson. He trashed Winsome Sears as phony and wouldn't even say her name. Jerome Adams didn't fare so well standing beside him.
I am speaking. I am speaking. I am speaking.
And what did Black MAGA have to say? Omarosa goaded administration officials into secretly recorded conversations. Love was not the first Black GOP congressman. Candace became who we all knew she was. Why wouldn't he bail on Amayatsi Robinson? Sears didn't even support Trump. Jerome is ignored.
I am speaking.
It's always an excuse. It's always an excuse. I'm going to take a page out y'all book, Black MAGA. Why don't y'all just comply? Huh? With logic and reason. Why don't you just comply? Why you keep resisting common sense? Huh? Just comply. Logic matters. Common sense matters. For your own good matters. Because I can tell you this. When you continue to walk down this path of Black MAGAdom, at this point, where they have made the racism so abundantly clear, you have rendered anything that comes out of your mouth completely meaningless, because you have acknowledged, should you deviate even a little bit from carrying the water you've been carrying, next thing you know, free Griff giveaway.
Yo, free Griff giveaway, come get it. Run around the block here for the free Griff giveaway. Y'all got any more that Griff?
I think what she meant by when she had on the White Lives Matter tee, I think she's talking about the stuff around. I think that's what she was talking about. I think that was it.
I'll suck your.
Now, wait a minute. Laura Loomer, I'm not letting you get away with that one. I am not letting you get away with that one. This you? From Roger Stone, Laura Loomer gave Corey Lewandowski an education in order to get on Trump's campaign plane when she wasn't appearing with Jeffrey Epstein, accomplice, and enabler Steve Bannon. And you didn't even get to run DHS. That was just a drive-by.
There will be some shots fired tonight.
And there's more. Disgraced former Trump flunky Corey Lewandowski's about to go to prison, and what will be the biggest governmental corruption scandal in U.S. history, is the one who let crazy Laura Loomer on Trump's campaign plane, according to Loomer's incredibly stupid testimony in the trial Loomer lost with her lawyer, Larry Klayman, who's barred from practicing law in many jurisdictions for ethical reasons. Oh, that's right. You did lose your lawsuit now, didn't you? You sure enough did. And what was that lawsuit about again?
Because she's very close to Trump. She's 31. Looks like his type.
You lost that one. Gives a little bit of credence to what Roger Stone had to say now, doesn't it? Yeah, it most certainly does. You know what you should have done? You should have read that Russell Brand book. I recommended you read that Russell Brand book, How to Become a Christian Before Your Criminal Trial. Things would have gone much better for you, Laura. They certainly would have. And you know what? You don't even have to know a whole lot about the faith, neither. He didn't.
Are you a low-skilled worker looking to immigrate to Canada? Look no.
Can I go back to asking you a question about your Bible?
Yes, if you want to.
Thank you. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were seeing, looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. That didn't hurt, did it?
A little bit. It was this from Isaiah.
Who now? Who now? Are we talking about the point guard for the Pistons or the point guard for the Celtics? Because that ain't the name of no book. Are we talking about losing Isaiah? He just lost Isaiah right there.
You're right. Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty. It's this.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna have to go ahead and wrap this up real quick. But I had a final, few things that I wanted to read through. Okay, especially when it comes to this Laura Loomer and all these people like this. Because honestly, I'll be hearing about these people for the first time when I'll be watching people content. And they talk about these people, they cover them regularly. So I'm like, well, let me find out who these people are, because I don't really know too much about them. But anyway, so when it comes to Laura Loomer, right? Apparently, she is a high-profile conservative activist and former congressional candidate. She is known for her ambush journalism and was famously banned from nearly every social media platform and the ride-sharing app Uber and Lyft in the late 2010s for her rhetoric. Though she was reinstated on X, formerly as Twitter, under Elon Musk's ownership. Now, there's been accusations, clearly, that we have heard, of racism and Islamophobia. So the racist label is frequently applied to Loomer due to her public statements regarding various ethnic and religious groups, such as her Islamophobia. Loomer has described herself as a proud Islamophobe and has called for a non-Islamic version of Uber. She has characterized Islam as a cancer on society. Her words, not mine. Racial rhetoric. In 2024 and 2025, she faced bipartisan criticisms, including from some Republicans, for her comments regarding Vice President Kamala Harris' heritage, suggesting that a Harris presidency would make the White House smell like curry. Her words, not mine. Also, White Nationalist Association. She has been seen and photographed with figures commonly identified as white nationalists, leading critics to argue that she serves as a bridge between mainstream MAGA and the alternative right. Now, how does this all tie in to a lot of, or some of the other things that we talked about in this live today? So when it comes to the C-cell connection and James Comey, Loomer has been a primary signal booster for the James Comey 8647 seashell indictment. She was among the first to suggest that the seashell photo was a coded message for an assassination attempt, allegedly. Critics argued that her involvement in decoding these messages shows a pattern of conspiratorial thinking that the DOJ has now unprecedentedly validated through a formal indictment. Now, how does she connect to Candace Owens? All right. Candace Owens support the enemy of my enemy. So the alliance between Owens and Loomer is relatively new and surprising to a lot of people, given their past frictions. So the pivot to free speech. In 2026, Owens has supported Loomer primarily on the basis of anti-censorship. Owens argues that whether or not one agrees with Loomer's rhetoric, the debanking and deplatforming Loomer face is a blueprint for what the establishment wants to do to all independent voices, right? Now, we do know that some people get silenced for speaking the truth and saying things, that they don't want us to say or to be out there. But if she is getting into trouble because she's saying things that are racist and anti, then I think that, in my personal opinion, is an actual right reason and good reason for the person to be removed from these platforms and have to deal with consequences for the things that she says. So I will put aside all of this, freedom of speech type stuff in a certain way, because I do think that we all do have freedom of speech, but I do also think there should be consequences if you're out here pushing and, having a platform to discuss and uplift, racism and, disgusting, terrible, nasty work. That's just what I feel. So the Daily Wire's fallout. After Owens' departure from the Daily Wire amid accusations of anti-Semitism, Loomer became one of Owens' most vocal defenders, right? Loomer claimed that Owens was being silenced by the same forces that targeted her. So they have some shared Islamism, if that's what they call it. Both women have moved towards a hard right, isolationist stance, frequently criticizing the influence of the Zionist lobby and the military-industrial complex on U.S. policy, right? So they both seem to be agreeing on that and rocking with each other when it comes to it. So let's talk about hypocrisy. Critics point out that Candace Owens frequently speaks on Black excellence and dignity, yet she aligns herself with Laura Loomer, who has a history of making derogatory comments about the cultures and heritages of people of color. The danger in all of this, as highlighted by legal analysis, is the creation of an echo chamber where conspiracy theories like the Seashell Code are amplified until they result in actual government policy or criminal indictment, right? So we have Candace that is aligning herself with Laura Loomer. It's the ultimate marriage of convenience. By framing their partnership as a battle for the First Amendment, they are able to sidestep to the actual content of their most controversial statements, okay? For our audience today, the question is, are they truly fighting for free speech, or are they building a new, more radical media infrastructure that trades in the very madness King Charles warned us about? So I think that's a good thing for us to question and think about as we leave the live for today, y'all, because there's all of these loopholes and things that are happening, right? We got people up here that are saying that they're not racist, they're not self-hating, they're not all of these things, but yet their actions and their movements and their alignments, sometimes can become questionable. And it's like the things that they're willing to accept, not call out, all of those type of things, right? Like, and then when you do call something out and you do check people on the chin for that type of stuff, then that also equally for people seems to be an issue. And I don't understand why, right? Because I think we should call out that type of behavior, question it, and move and adjust accordingly. So we can't be sure what's going on with Candace Owens. We never know what side she's on. A lot of people already are like, yo, she's not one of the ones that's invited to the cookout. No matter how many, lives she does, where it seems as though she's trying to speak up and stand up for Black people, she still can't come to the cookout because there's still something very odd about her, right? So, a lot of people have picked up on it and been paying attention to it. But y'all, we got to get up out of here, child, because this has been way too long. So I am going to go ahead and leave us with a little song on the way out. And I will talk to y'all on the next live. Thank you very much for joining. I really appreciate it. And Imani has something to go do. So I appreciate her coming up to chit chat with me for a little bit on the live and this coverage. This won't be the first time, child. She will be back again. But yeah, that's all I got for this live, and that's all I got for today, y'all. So we about to go ahead and sign on off. I hope y'all have a great rest of the day. Golden is out. Bye.
Yeah. Golden Queen. Imani. Let's talk facts. They don't want this part. They don't read the room, they just play the role. Nah, I read between lines, I expose the code. Facts. Headlines spin, but the truth stay bold. Golden voice cut through, yeah, I take control. They don't read the room, they just chase the show. Go. I break it down clean, let the people know. No fear in my tone, let the pressure blow. If it's truth on the line, I'ma let it go. King step in, White House, champagne glass. History joke, but the tension still passed. I'm in rule of law while the system get bent. The smiles at the table, but the message got weight. Facts. Congress clap, but I'm watching the frame. Every word calculated, every move is a game. They say special relationship, I hear strategy shift. Power don't joke, it just speaking the script. Talk. Indicted twice. Yeah, the headlines loud, but the case look thin when you break it down. Statue clock tick. Yeah, the time ran fast. Now they try to revive what was buried in the past. Legal mind split. Yeah, they side-eye quick. Is it justice or remove just to tighten the grip? When the law turned political, we all gotta see it ain't left, it ain't right. It's accountability. Facts. They don't read the room, they just play the role. I read between lines, I expose the code. Facts. Headlines spin, but the truth stay bold. Golden voice cut through, yeah, I take control. Water is life, now they drawing them lines. Wait, county versus county, who control the supply? Land get taken, yeah, they call it the plan, but it hit black towns, now they raising their hand. No, they just in us thirsty, but who paid the cost? Communities fighting like they already lost, but the people stood up, said not this time. Bill got stalled, yeah, that pressure applied. Boom, say that. Stand up. Melania quiet, but the tone got firm. Now they talk civility when the tables turn. Candace switch lanes, now the circle get tight. When you question the script, they don't like that light. No, Charlamagne speak, now they label it threat. What? Trying to blur the line between speech and arrest. But I call it what it is, just voices colliding. Truth don't shake, it just keep on rising. Sneaky with the truth, I don't gotta shout. Slide through the beat, let the facts walk out. Low tone, high impact, yeah, I move precise. Every word got weight, every bar cut nice. Watch it, they don't read the room, they just play the role. I read between lines, I expose the code. Facts. Golden queen voice, yeah, I set the tone. If it's truth on the line, I'ma take the throne. Facts over noise. Truth over politics. Community over everything. Yeah, we see it all.